Welcome, Commissioner, and everybody. Thank you very much for coming today. This delayed hearing. We'll get started now. Welcome to the public hearing for the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Deputy Premier and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of Deputy Premier, Regional New South Wales and Police. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from the Parliament's website. A transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. And finally, could everyone please turn off their mobile phones or at least turn them to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Deputy Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind Commissioner Barnes and Mr Hudson that you do not need to be sworn, as you have been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. For all other estimates, witnesses, I ask that each of you in turn, 1, state your full name, position, title and agency, and 2, swear either an oath or an affirmation. The words of both the oath and the affirmation are on the cards on the table in front of you. We begin first with you, Mr White.
Thank you, sir. Assistant Commissioner Scott White, Police Prosecutions and Licensing Enforcement Command. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms Beattie.
Thank you. Georgina Beattie, Deputy Secretary of Mining, Exploration and Geoscience in the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Barnes.
Gary Barnes, Secretary of the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. I thought, Commissioner Webb, you've been sworn already.
No.
Oh, you haven't? That's what it said here.
Is there a first one?
Please do. Proceed.
Karen Webb, Commissioner of Police. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. I beg your pardon, it says Commissioner Barnes. I promoted you.
Thank you. Crimes Commission.
Who's next?
I think it might be me. Chris Hanger, Deputy Secretary, Regional Development and Programs, Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And
David.
Please.
Yeah, David Witherden, Deputy Secretary, Commercial and Corporate Services with Department of Regional New South Wales and CEO Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Okay.
Chair, there's one more witness.
One more witness?
On the screen, I think. Screen.
On the screen. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Mr Fang's head was in the road. Thank you.
That's me, Rebecca Fox, Deputy Secretary, Regional Precincts and Chief Executive of the Regional Growth New South Wales Development Corporation and Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Shall we
Questions?
begin? Yep. Firstly, Commissioner Webb, I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment. I know that I conveyed it informally on Friday at the Rotary Police Awards, but I'd like to formally do so today. And Minister, welcome again. I'd like to start off the opposition questioning. Minister, Minister, or through to the Police Commissioner, what is the definition of an urgent call? An urgent call in relation to police response times. What's the definition of an urgent call?
Commissioner.
I'll have to take that on notice in terms of a priority 1 or 2, and that is captured in terms of those calls in terms of response times. They're categorised 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1 and 2 are those urgent and pressing that require code red response, but in terms of the actual definition, I'll take that one on notice.
For the purposes of some further questions, I think I would be referring to priority 1 calls. What would be an example of a priority 1 call?
Someone requiring urgent assistance, a call for assistance, whether it's to a violent situation, a domestic, for example, where there's weapons or there's some other immediate threat to the life of an individual, would necessitate an urgent response.
Now, the benchmark for responding to one of those calls is 12 minutes. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. In your opinion, is 12 minutes an acceptable time to respond to a life-threatening situation?
That's the average for the state is set at 12 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There are some commands that have much shorter response times than others that are longer because of where they are placed geographically, and the response, if you're in Broken Hill, then the response will be longer.
No, that's understandable.
That's the state average that we set for commands, and they vary over and above that average.
Are you aware that I've obtained this data under Freedom of Information under the GIPA laws, the Government Information Access laws, Freedom of Information laws, that 16 of the 20th local area commands, district police areas, 16 of the 20 with the slowest response times for urgent categories are in Western Sydney. I could understand if you were in rural and regional areas, vast distances, but why are 16 of the 20 slowest response times in Western Sydney?
I know, for example, that one of the commands that was mentioned was Parramatta, and Parramatta's response times are well under the 12 minutes in any case, but going from 6 to 8 minutes. And I know, for example, Parramatta has had quite a lot of construction and the light rail construction in the last 12 months to 2 years, which is one factor, obviously, impacting police response times, noting that the police station is right in the CBD. Some of the other commands, and I have actually asked my deputy commissioners for further advice around that. As an organisation, we report, each command reports on their response times. I've asked for some analysis overarching from an organisational wide point of view in terms of response times.
Okay, but so you're saying Parramatta has the worst response times in New South Wales, followed by Kempsey, Liverpool, Leichhardt, Cumberland, Ryde, Blacktown, Blue Mountains, Campbelltown, Fairfield, Hawkesbury, Nepean, Riverston, Alban. I could continue, but all of those areas do not have construction, and this data relates to the period of 2021. So it was actually taken during the COVID period. And I remember during that time, streets were virtually deserted in Sydney for long periods of time. Can you enlighten me on why Western Sydney, is it resourcing? Is it staffing? Why would it, I think it jumped from 6 minutes to 8 minutes in Parramatta.
Yep, as I said, sir, I've asked for some further analysis of that. However, you may also recall that police played a critical role during COVID in terms of enforcing public health orders, etc., in highly populous areas in Western Sydney, in particular the health order that was specific to 12 LGAs in Western Sydney. So, that may be a factor, but I will undertake to understand those commands more specifically.
Okay. You would be aware that response times in Sydney's East and North Shore are half Western Sydney. And Sydney's East was not the subject of similar lockdowns. So is there any other reason? Because this is not just simply COVID. This is a long-term. I've looked at the data over the last 10 years, and it's been creeping up slowly. Is it a resourcing issue?
As I said, sir, I've undertaken to have that reviewed, and I can take that on notice to get some better data. I don't want to mislead you today, so I will undertake to understand that better.
Now, in the last state election, the government promised me, this is to the minister, promised 1,500 police officers. Is it the lack of police officers and not fulfilling that commitment? Because I understand you haven't met that commitment.
Well, that's when we actually announced 1,500 additional police officers. I want to make the point that that's probably the largest announcement that we've actually made in policing in over 30 years. So this government acknowledges that there are more police, more resources going out there into our communities. There's around about 950 police officers that have actually already been rolled out as part of that commitment. So there are still another 650 odd to actually be rolled out as part of that election commitment to be honoured. But that is certainly going to see in a few months' time the announcement of where those additional police officers are going. I want to make the point as well. Even last Friday, I know we had the Rotary Police Officer of the Year Awards that you and I both attended, but also want to point out too that we were down in Goulburn, and the Commissioner and myself were down in Goulburn, and through that attestation at the Police Academy, we had another 202 probationary constables that actually graduated. And that's 202 probationary constables that are now starting their career and their journey in the New South Wales Police Force. Now, some of them will be in the metropolitan areas, in regional areas. Some are going back close to home where they grew up. And for a lot of them, they're going into areas that they're going to for the very first time. So we welcome them, and we certainly wish them the very best in their career. And they only just started this week. So they started on Monday of this week, going out to stations right across the state. These men and women, there was 142 men. There were 60 women that were part of that graduating class. And those men and women, as they're going out to work in these stations, I actually wish them the very best, but they'll be working alongside some of the best and most professional men and women in blue right across the state. And they've done a pretty tough time as well, because it took them 8 months to do the training because of COVID, so it actually extended their training period by an additional 3 months. And as they were bumping out, the next cohort were actually bumping in. But to your original question, the 1,500 police officers, yes, that commitment will be kept. And as the Police Minister, I'm really pleased that that is the largest cohort of police officers rolled out in 30 years by this government.
So we're going to see 600 more police officers in the next 10 months?
They'll be still stationed. They may not all be completely out into those stations, but they will be announced to what stations they will be going to. That'll be discussions with the Commissioner, discussions with Deputy Commissioners, and obviously looking at where resources are required for those areas.
Okay, so you're not going to honour your commitment. You're going to say that, yes, we promised 1,500, and those 1,500, when they graduate, will be sent to the following locations.
These are full-strength police officers, so let's not get confused with probationary constables. So these are full-strength. So I want to make the point, Mr. Secord, that that election commitment will be honoured, and you will have a very clear indication as to where they are going to be placed out across the state. The other thing too is, having a look at, you speak about resourcing. They will be going to stations where additional police officers are required and are needed. There may be some areas that are already overstrength. So it might mean that there are some areas that have gaps, and that's where those officers will be going into those communities. I would be expecting that some of them will be going into metropolitan areas and some of them would be going into regional areas, but those announcements will be forthcoming over the coming months.
I want to take you back to, what was the description or the qualifier? You said full, what was the phrase that you used involving police officers? Full.
So, not probationary constables.
Yeah, it's not probationary constables, so it's separate. So, it's not
600 full strength or full force, I can't remember the phrase you used, not probationary constables.
That's right. And we've actually...
Where are you going to get these 600 officers? Are they at home, not in the police force at the moment? Like, where are you going to find these 600 officers that you just referred to, if they're not going to graduate from the academy?
Well, this is on top. I mean, the ones at the ones at the test station are on top of. So
top of... So
they're not probation.
No, I just want to get the numbers correct. You've promised 1,500 police officers. You say you have 600 more to go. Those 600 are not going to be probationary constables. They're going to be serving police officers. Where are you going to find them? Are they people who are not in the workforce at the moment that you're bringing back in? Are you getting them from interstate?
Well, they won't be from interstate. They'll be actually, police officers that are actually, trained and actually have finished their time as a probationary constable. But the beauty of this, Mr. Secord, is we're not talking about probationary constables. We're talking about fully pledged police officers that are going to be going out there into these commands, and we will continue to have probationary constables still coming through the police academy. So what I find is the fact that there is still a strong interest by these men and women that want to be a member of the New South Wales Police Force. And what I think here is important is the fact that this government committed over $500 million, so $500 million, to ensure that those additional 1,500 police officers are going to be rolled out. And as I said to you, there's around 950 already that have actually been rolled out as part of, once they're rolled out, have been actually assigned as part of this commitment from the New South Wales government.
Now, I want to take you back to that, because in your previous answer, you referred to assigned and they'd be allocated. So are you counting police officers that don't exist, but they will go to that station when they arrive? That's what I'm hearing from you. You said you're going to use an allocation. So you're counting police officers in this number that don't exist.
There will be 1,500 additional police officers, Mr. Secord. So don't think that we're going to
I'm quoting back your answer.
I know, but I know what you're saying. But I'm just don't twist it. I'm not saying that at all, which you're referring to. I'm actually talking about an additional 1,500 police officers that will be rolled out to commands across the state, which is a commitment that was made by this government, and it will be honoured. And as I travel around police stations, I know, and I speak to the association, I speak with the commissioner, I actually understand exactly where there are requirements and where there are calls for additional police officers into some of those commands. And obviously there'll be discussions that we'll continue to have over the coming months, and then I'll be certainly announcing where those officers will be going out across the state.
So you guarantee living, breathing human beings will be in those positions?
Living, breathing human beings, New South Wales police officers, 1,500 of them, will be able to show you, Mr. Secord, where they've been stationed, where they've been allocated to, because that is a commitment that this government made. The $500 million that we put towards ensuring that this commitment was honoured is going to occur. And I think importantly, we are seeing the benefits of those men and women that have already started to roll out to those stations across the state.
How many, Commissioner, how many police officers do we currently have, sworn operational police officers in New South Wales at this time?
At this point in time, we've got 17,673 as of the 21st of April.
As of April 21st, right. And how many civilian operational staff do we have?
I can't delineate operational civilian staff. I can give you the complete number of civilian staff,
go ahead. Yep.
which is 3,986
Right.
as at the same date.
Now, are you familiar with, you would be familiar with it because the data that you presented, that earlier this year, well, it would be last year now. Let me just check. The government services, the federal government 2020 federal government services report on police operational, on police, and it's data that was provided by you. How does New South Wales compare to other jurisdictions when it comes to per capita policing, the number of police officers per 100,000 people?
I don't have the data in front of me, but from memory, per capita we have a fewer number.
Yeah, in fact, we have the lowest per capita in Australia. That's fewer. Any of your colleagues would like to provide any information on that? To assist you, Victoria has 312 operational staff per 100,000 people, Queensland 285, Western Australia 291, South Australia 310, Tasmania 275. New South Wales has the fewest number of police officers in Australia, 244 per 100,000 residents. That's your data provided to the federal government. Okay. Minister, your Premier claims that we have more police officers than any other jurisdiction in Australia. That's not true. This is the own data provided by your police service to the federal government.
Well, look, I will point out, Mr. Secord, that this government made the largest commitment to additional police officers in 30 years. And I think, 1,500 additional police officers is what we announced. As a part of those 1,500 police officers, that included, those that are going to be part of, Raptor squads, those that are going to be part of regional enforcement squads, and they were part of the announcement and the election commitment that was given a number of years ago. I'm, as the Minister, and I've been in this role now for 4 months, will ensure that our election commitments are honoured, because I want to ensure that those police numbers and those resources are actually provided to those commands across the state, as we actually said they would be.
Minister, you mentioned Operation Raptor.
Correct.
And
Raptor Squad, but
Raptor Squad.
You mentioned Operation Raptor.
Okay, well, I'm talking about gang violence in Western Sydney. So, why are we in this situation? Are we just simply letting the criminals police themselves?
Well, I take a little bit of I take a little bit of offence to that, because the police are out there working every day, tirelessly, to bring these criminals, to actually stop this criminal activity. And look, I've got to say, when I read releases, our police officers feel that that's an attack on them when you're talking about gang wars out there happening in those communities. I went out to Surrey Hills last year, and I'd only just became, start of the year, when I just became the Minister, and in October of 2021, there was a number of public shootings. As a part of those public shootings, Operation Hawk was established. That actually saw a large police operation on the ground. We had, in one particular week, there was over 1,000 police officers that were out there, door knocking, going to those organised criminal networks, and they actually saw over 100 arrests. But when they actually saw those 100 arrests, this is actually seizing drugs, taking drugs off the street. This is about seizing cash. This is about getting firearms. And when we talk about firearms in the hands of some of these criminals...
Minister,
yeah.
No. You can understand why Western Sydney families are disappointed in the government. They have the slowest response times in New South Wales. They have drive-by shootings. They have criminals shooting each other on our streets. And I'm sorry, it's just a matter of time before an innocent bystander gets caught in the crossfire. Why are you letting the criminals police themselves? When are we going to see arrests?
Well, I think that's totally unfair, because I just actually said to you there were over 100 arrests that actually occurred with Operation Hawk. And look, the Commissioner, and it shouldn't be, and I want to make the point, this shouldn't be about, East versus West. As the Minister, I don't care whether people are in the east or the west or the far west of the state or regional New South Wales. I want to ensure that people can actually feel safe. I want to ensure that our police are resourced to be able to undertake the tasks that they do each and every day. And I had the opportunity to, go out on Monday, and on Monday the Commissioner and myself and Assistant Commissioner Stuart Smith, we actually met with 40, and I'll come back to it later because it's actually an important topic as well, but we actually went and met with the 40 members of Operation Hawk that actually started again on Monday of this week. Now, they are going out into those streets of southwest Sydney to actually deal with this criminal network. And if you have a look already, they've seized something like $2.3 million in cash, $2 million worth of drugs. Over 70 firearms have been captured. 250 people arrested, 800 charges. These are men and women that, have actually started, in this next round for the very first day. Some of them have been involved in Operation Hawk for 3 months. Some were there for 6 weeks. They came from different commands right across Sydney as well to be a part of Operation Hawk. And I think they're doing, an amazing job. And I think it's a strong message to any criminal network out there or any, organised crimes. We won't stop. We will continue. And these operations will continue as long as we need to keep the community safe. And if people don't want to change their ways, well, they're going to get a very rude awakening. They're going to find themselves wearing a set of, greens in prison, and they'll be using plastic cutlery. So the message is very simple, that we will continue to have these operations running as long as possible, as long as it takes to actually break these networks. And, and I say, and I know, and we can come back to it, I know Mr. Hudson...
We'll come back to this.
And I know Mr. Hudson can actually provide more to this as well, and the Commissioner, because both of us were out there, actually getting briefed as to what the next phase was to be undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
And good morning to all of you. Why have you, Minister, broken the promise that was made by your predecessor not to mine on the Liverpool plains?
I was wondering if I'd get a regional question, so thank you.
Oh, you will.
Oh, thanks, Mick. That's why you're here. So, look, I just, there's a couple of things here I want to point out, and the first one is this government made it very clear in our future of gas statement, and it actually sets out a balanced approach for the future of gas exploration, production, and gas supply here in New South Wales. Now, when you look at New South Wales, gas supplies will come from a mix of gas production in New South Wales, as well as imports from other jurisdictions and overseas. And the statement actually considers that there needs to be a secure and a reliable and affordable gas supply to support economic development, to create jobs in the state, and the need for certainty around communities around future land use. Now, the New South Wales government has always been clear, and it's always been clear in its policy positions about where future mining and gas development may occur and will not occur. And this has delivered significant outcomes for the community.
So can I just stop you there?
So,
because I need to pick you up on two of those comments. So the first thing is, in the future of gas statement, it says, does it not, in the foreword, the New South Wales government will significantly reduce the total footprint of land covered by petroleum exploration licences, resolving historic land use conflict and providing certainty for both gas users and local communities. That is in the government's future of gas statement, is it not?
absolutely.
On, I think it was April last year, John Barilaro was on various different media channels. He told Ben Fordham on the 22nd of April 2021, he said, "There's no turning back. This is about banning and ending any chance of mining on the Liverpool plains. The government will move to legislate the prevention of any future mining on the land." It was made very clear to the people of the Liverpool plains that mining would no longer be a prospect for them. and yet just last month you renewed the petroleum licences for Santos. Why did you do that?
Well, I'm actually, in a moment, I'll hand over to Miss Beattie to actually provide some additional information, but I do want to say this. This statement that actually came from this government also indicates that we're actually reducing the amount of PELs that were across this state by 77%.
Half of the Liverpool Plains, Minister, is now covered by...
Chair, I hate to interject, but the Minister is providing a very detailed answer to what was quite a complex question from Ms Boyd, and I think it's reasonable that the Minister, the Deputy Premier, be provided an opportunity to provide his response to that question first before subsequent questions are asked.
And I know that the previous Deputy Premier also was indicating that there would be no coal mining, and actually ensured that there was an end to coal mining on the Liverpool Plains, and that was through Shenhua. Shenhua, and as you would be aware, there was a negotiation and a settlement that actually was had been sorted in relation to coal mining on the Liverpool Plains.
Minister,
now we are talking about 7 main PELs. There are 3 that have actually renewed partially. There are 3 that have been refused, and there is 1 that is still under assessment. And I make the point again that we have actually reduced the number of PELs that were across this state by 77%.
Minister, you're not really responding to my question.
Thank you.
The former Deputy Premier made it very clear to the people of Liverpool Plains that there would be no mining. Now, mining, from a government perspective, from a community perspective, is not limited to coal mining. It is also including coal seam gas. You have now approved the renewal of 3 PELs, which cover over half of the 1.2 million hectares of the Liverpool Plains. How is that not a complete reversal of the government's position?
Again, I'd say to you, is in relation to Shenhua, these are exploration licences, as you are aware. So this does not give any guarantee that mining licences will be approved. So when you see an exploration licence, that allows them to explore, but I want to make sure that you understand this is no green light for mining.
Oh, I understand.
No. So there is a rigorous process that would have to be undertaken in relation for any mining to take place. And in a number of cases, a lot of these don't go anywhere.
But Minister,
in a lot of cases,
the future of gas statement and your response to my question when I first asked it at the beginning of this session was that the government's intention was to provide certainty for communities and corporations alike. What certainty do you think you're giving the people of the Liverpool Plains when you allow exploration licences across half of the land?
I'm glad we've cleared that up, because now you've actually agreed with me that this is an exploration licence. So I'm actually glad now that you're agreeing with me this has not been a green light for mining activities.
I understand how the Mining Act
now
works,
I've actually
Minister.
got you. Now.
Just allow the questioning to go on, please.
Thank you.
Minister's dealing with it properly.
So is it your evidence then, Minister, that you grant exploration licences in the context of there being absolutely no chance that it'll ever actually eventuate into a mining proposal? Is that what you're trying to say? The exploration licence is just an exploration licence. It doesn't give any indication that land might be mined in the future. Is that your evidence?
My evidence is that I am not the determining body or factor when it comes to actually approving mines. So let's be very clear about that. There is a process that actually has to be undertaken, but in relation to exploration licences, that is not a green light for mining activities, as I've indicated to you right there.
Haven't the people of the Liverpool Plains been through enough with all of the previous mining proposals? Haven't they been through enough without now having to also subject them to a renewal of an exploration of 3 exploration licences, which threatens half of their land? Haven't they been through enough?
Well, I made the point again to you, this is about ensuring that open coal mining was not going to take place on the Liverpool Plains. That commitment is being honoured. This is also about ensuring that an agreement had been done in relation to Shenhua, and we've removed open-cut mining as well, as approved.
This is a very slippery response, if I may say, Minister.
Slippery because you don't like the response.
No,
so let's be clear. Slippery because you don't like it. No, because you come in here and told me that we were mining, and then I actually explained to you that it's an exploration licence, and then you've actually now had to agree with where my position was.
Can I just take you back, because I've said to you earlier that John Barilaro told Ben Fordham, this is about banning and ending any chance of mining on Liverpool Plains. You have now inserted coal mining, but if you look at, it is about banning and ending any chance of mining. So is it your evidence that by renewing these exploration licences, there is no chance of mining occurring on the Liverpool Plains? Because that's a ludicrous assertion.
Well, don't put words in my mouth, because that's not what I said. I actually said there was a process that would have to be undertaken. An exploration licence is not a green light for mining activities to occur.
But it is a chance of mining on the Liverpool Plains. It's in direct contradiction to the promise that was made by your predecessor to the people of Liverpool Plains.
Well, again, I said to you, we talk about, you mentioned before about a viable industry. When you have a look at families and businesses out there with the cost of living pressures at the moment, New South Wales has also got to be looking at how it's going to be supplying its own gas without relying on gas from other jurisdictions or from overseas.
So you are now acknowledging that you have a reversal of position when it comes to the Liverpool Plains?
Sorry?
So you're reversing your position that they're on the... So on one hand, you're saying, no, this is not a green light, there won't be any mining,
No, I'm
blah,
not
blah.
reversing my position. But my position is what I've already said.
Okay, so you are then admitting that you're reversing the commitment that was made by John Barilaro that there would be no mining on the Liverpool Plains, no chance of mining on the Liverpool Plains.
No coal mining, yes.
That's not what he said. He said mining.
Sorry, no coal mining.
Right, so you're changing the position of the government.
Our future of gas statement makes it very clear
You're not
as
really
to
complying
our
with the
position.
future of gas statement either.
Well, I've answered your question.
Okay. Can we talk about... No, we can't.
Back to it.
We'll come back to those important questions. Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Premier. Can I confirm you can hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Where are you?
Thank you. Oh, I'm down on the south coast. Beautiful day down here today, Deputy Premier. I'm hoping I'm on the screen there or you can hear me. Thank you for your attendance today. I think last time we were here, you confirmed that the government wasn't going to proceed with making available a coal exploration licence in the Hawkins Rumcar strategic release area. I was wondering, Deputy Premier, if you might have some good news for the people of Ralston and Mudgee today about the Gangadi-Kalgoorlie project, which I know has been going through a pre process at the moment.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Field, and thank you for your question. And can I just firstly highlight a couple of things before I come back to your question in relation to Gangadi. Again, the future of our coal statement identifies area where this government may actually see a release of a limited number of areas for coal exploration under the strategic release framework. It also affirms the government's support for operational allocations. The New South Wales government also recognises that coal will have a finite lifespan as an energy source. And this approach strikes a balance between supporting responsible coal development in areas that are suitable for mining, while recognising the need to support and diversify the economies of coal-reliant communities. Now, in respect to this, the New South Wales government will continue to consider responsible applications to expand or extend existing mine operations. Also, in our future of coal statement, we recognise that there are some areas where coal mining may not be appropriate. And we've already said we've ruled out a large portion of the state's coal regions for proactive release. Now, last year, I actually ruled out the Hawkins Rumcar potential release areas for strategic release, and the New South Wales government has since considered the appropriateness of some other potential greenfields areas. Mr Field, you'll be pleased to know that I'm also now ruling out the Wollombi and Gangutty Kalgoorlie potential coal exploration areas from strategic release, as well as the Wallar area, which was previously considered under competitive allocation. These three areas will now be removed from the map related to the strategic statement of coal exploration and mining, and this position aligns with the recommendations that I've actually received from the advisory body of strategic release. So again, Wollombi, as part of that report, is suggested as not being suitable because of significant land use conflicts, environmental and cultural constraints, and uncertain economic prospects. Gangutty Kalgoorlie is not suitable because of uncertain economic prospects, significant infrastructure, environmental and cultural constraints. Now, in relation to the Wallar area, is being removed from further consideration because I've now approved the Wilpinjong operational allocation application, which means that the Wallar area can no longer support a standalone coal mine. This area received limited market interest through a competitive process last year, and now that a more limited area has been approved for exploration under the operational allocation framework, it is appropriate the larger area be ruled out for future greenfield coal exploration, providing certainty to the industry and community. And I think this strategic approach strikes the balance between supporting responsible coal production in areas that are suitable for mining and recognising that some areas across the state may no longer be suitable as greenfield sites.
Well, thank you, Deputy Premier. I'm glad I could give some of my time this morning to you for your media statement. You could just put a media release out and save us all, but no, I'm sure the community up there appreciates that. Maybe not so much those around Wallar.
Sound like a Dorothy Dixon to me.
Yeah, I thought it was a Dixon. Deputy Premier, would you agree that greenfield coal mining is over in New South Wales?
Well, I think our future of our coal statement makes it clear that this is primarily now about expanding and extending existing coal mines. And we've actually found that from, speaking with industry as well, as that is going to be primarily the pathway that we see. So, Mr Field, I think you'll find now that coal mines, rather than looking at greenfield sites, will be looking at where existing mine sites are and looking at whether they can extend or expand that site where they currently operate from. I do want to point out, though, that let's not forget that the mining sector is still, critical here in New South Wales. It's still critical in relation to providing cheap power, sufficient power in this state, but it also is critical in providing a lot of jobs in a number of communities around New South Wales, and it's certainly an economic driver of those communities as well. But we also know that in some cases, as I said, it is a finite resource, and it's absolutely critical that we ensure that those communities are supported as well as they move away from coal mining. And I think that's been indicated by this government by our royalties for rejuvenation legislation that's bill that's been put into this House, which I know will go to the upper house for consideration once we return back to Parliament.
Yeah, but given there wasn't a sufficient commercial interest in the Wallar release area broadly, and I think the same thing effectively has happened up with Gorman North, you're now going for operational release to Whitehaven. Pretty much the industry has made the decision here, right? Greenfield coal mining is over in New South Wales.
Well, I think it's. I think you've actually seen that there is a lot less interest, and I think when you have a look at environmental and cultural constraints and economics around that, it certainly seems that we are heading in a new direction in relation to coal mining here in the future of the state.
I might come back to Gorman North a bit later if I've got time, but I wanted to ask you about the Hunter Expert Panel, which of course has been set up to look at the economic transition for that community as inevitably coal mining in the valley winds down. There's real concern about the transparency around how that panel is operating. I think they're due to hold their third meeting shortly. there's still no information available about the terms of reference. Agendas and minutes haven't been published. The information that's being considered by that expert panel is not public. Minister, what's your expectation around transparency about how that panel operates?
Well, when we have panels that have been appointed, and let's not forget that when we're talking about the Hunter area, we know that over the next, decade, and beyond, it's going to ensure that, we are needing to look at what those, future activities might be within those local communities. And that's why with any panel, I think it's important to still have a range of skills in relation to how the panel is formed. But it is my expectations that we are talking about, importantly, the future of those communities. And whilst we have a panel, I'm sure that there are stakeholders and community members that are also going to have a fairly significant say in relation to what is required in those areas. And it's not just the Hunter. I'll also point out that it'll be the Central West and it'll be the Illawarra areas as well that will be having expert panels appointed to ensure that those communities are given every opportunity to ensure that there is a strong future within those local areas. Look, my expectation is that they have an important task. My expectation is that they are looking at the future of those communities as they go into new activities. And again, I don't want to wait until we actually see the end of mining in some of these communities. I want to make sure that we're well and truly ahead of the curve. This is actually thinking about what needs to happen now rather than waiting for, us to actually get to that point at the very end, and then we're starting to think about what is needed. So even though it might be 10 years or more in some of those communities, let's start the planning now, because that's how long it'll take to get the best outcome. Start putting in infrastructure, start putting in the requirements that are needed for new industry into those communities, and leveraging off some of the existing jobs as they start to fall away as well for retraining and other purposes.
I think there's broad agreement about that, Deputy Premier. There's some concerns around its membership. It's more its operation. People welcome it, think that we do need to get ahead of the ball here, but the community to have trust in it and for it to have legitimacy in its decision making, it needs to be a transparent process. At the moment, none of the minutes, none of the agendas, none of the information being considered, nor the terms of reference are available to the public to see. So I'm after an undertaking, I guess, from you, Minister, that this panel is going to be transparent and publish its considerations.
Well, there may be some sensitive stuff, and there may be some stuff in relation to commercial, interests as well that may not be able to be published, Mr. Field. But I would certainly be expecting those expert panels to be keeping the community informed as to what some of the directions they will be undertaking into the future for those areas. And there are 4 areas where those expert panels are going to be established, and it's absolutely critical that they come back and actually talk to the community and inform people as to what their direction might be. But I also want to make sure that we're all working on the same page and all wanting the same outcome at the end of the day. I don't want to find that we're sitting there for a couple of years arguing about what's right, what's wrong, and then we still find that in 10 years we haven't moved anywhere. So this is about making sure there is a progression here, and we're thinking about the future of those communities and making sure that they're progressive into the future.
Thanks, Deputy Premier.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you. Minister, we ended our questions talking about operations in southwest Sydney and western Sydney. And you gave some data, some information about the number of arrests and charges and that. What percentage of those charges and arrests actually turn into convictions?
Well, I don't have that. Look, I don't have that information in front of me, Mr.
I'll tell you why.
And
there's probably a reason why you don't.
Well, I'm not in charge of the courts as well, but I know that there is nothing more frustrating when our police are out there working tirelessly, and our police are out there, working on behalf of keeping our community safe. And when you go and speak to these men and women and see what they do in those communities,
I do.
And I do too. So don't you worry. So yep. I've been to many stations across this state, walking through, talking to the men and women that work within those places, and we need to make sure that when they do make these arrests, it is important that actually, the courts are throwing the book at these individuals who are actually involved in activities that are not suffice or not what we want to see in local communities. And I actually, have no problem in the book being thrown at these individuals who have no care for people's safety, they have no care for people's lives, and they are disrupting communities. And we've got a situation at the moment whereby, and it's been going on for years, so let's not just say that it's only been happening in the last couple of years. I actually read the other day about one of the family members that was actually, shot. It just didn't happen now. I read about one back in 2016 that occurred in a shopping centre. So some of these public shootings have been going on for a while.
Okay, sorry, Minister, you're just illustrating my point. You've been in government now, coming up to more than 10 years, 12 years. And you just pointed to an incident in 2016. So you have to understand the frustration in Southwest Sydney and Western Sydney, that we see gangs shooting each other on the streets. Now, I don't care if they kill each other, but I do care if they shoot an innocent bystander going to work, coming home from work, or taking their kid to school. So you can understand that Western Sydney is very frustrated. When are we going to see a curtailing of gang violence on Sydney streets?
Well, I think, again, I'll hand over to the Commissioner in a moment for a response, and also Mr Hudson, as I said in our previous questioning. But I do make the point. There was 250 people arrested. There's been 800 charges that have been laid.
But how many of those turn into convictions?
Well, hang on.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Let's be
He
clear.
throws around figures.
I'm not responsible.
You load up the charges, but I want to see people behind bars.
For the courts at the end of the day, but I want to see.
Order.
I'm not responsible for courts. Okay, let's be very clear on this. But I also want to make sure that our police are supported, and there is nothing more frustrating when our police go out there and do the incredible work that they do, and then we see some of these individuals being let off with a slap on the wrist. I want to see them locked up. That's where they deserve to be. They deserve to be off our streets here in this state.
Minister, you and I are in agreement. You and I are in agreement on that.
Well, we're on the same page then.
We're on the same page. But I have a question.
Yep.
You're talking about the frustration that police feel about being let out, people being let out on bail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we share that view.
Yeah.
But you are the Deputy Premier of New South Wales. What are you doing to agitate for tougher bail laws in New South Wales? You are the Deputy Premier of New South Wales. So you have the second most senior seat in the Cabinet. You can talk about the revolving door of bail, but what are you doing to toughen bail laws so that we do not have, yesterday, a person was released with an ankle bracelet as a bail condition, a member of a bikie gang. What are you doing as the Deputy Premier of New South Wales to toughen bail laws? I share the frustration of police. What are you doing?
Well, first of all, I make the point that, I'll back our police in. So I might be the Deputy Premier, but I'll back our police in. And if we can actually do more here for them, rest assured that when I see the amount of time and effort that they put into the paperwork to actually get these individuals into court, and then they actually get out from time to time, rest assured, Mr Secord, I will actually support them. And I know that there's been a bail laws review that's been undertaken by the Attorney General, and I'll support the submissions, and I'll support the advice that have been given by the New South Wales Police in relation to this matter. Again, you speak about gangs, and I want to point out that, whilst you mightn't hear about some of the activities all the time, when you take 70 guns off the street, that are 70 guns that have been taken out of the hands of criminal networks. That's the good work that our police are doing.
Sir, with all due respect,
well, hang on,
70 is a drop in the ocean. You cannot sit here and simply say, we've removed 70 guns, and then say...
Well, if you don't think... No, that's not what I said. What I said to you was 70 guns have been taken off the streets now. That is still a lot of firearms that are in the hands of individuals that should not be holding a gun. That is 70 firearms that have been found in people's cars, in people's homes, that actually do not and should not be holding a gun. We also know that when we're talking about these gangs, these are organised crimes. They cost billions of dollars here in the state, but we know that these individuals themselves have no care or respect for law, and we will break it. And I'm telling you now, we will ensure that our police are supported to break these criminal networks and these activities. And whilst you might have one particular family or individual or organisation or group that actually is taken out, there is always the worry and the concern that there is another organisation and another family group that actually steps up into that place. But the message is strong. We don't care who they are. These operations will last as long as they need to, and these operations will continue as long as they have to ensure that we actually stamp out these activities and these behaviours.
Sir, in your answer, you just said one family group. So you know who these individuals are, who these groups, who these families are.
Well, they've been highlighted in the media.
Well, then,
the names have actually been out there in the media. So
sure.
I'm not telling you anything, Mr. Secord, that's not already out there publicly. I'm not going to sit here.
You have to understand the frustration. Okay, I'll ask the question. So you'll have to understand the frustration that families tell me in Western Sydney. If you know who these families are, who these groups are, why are they not behind bars? If you know who, you are the Deputy Premier of New South Wales, you can even point to them. Why are they not behind bars?
Well, I think,
Well, maybe the Commissioner could answer.
I'll get the Commissioner a moment to answer, and and Mr. Hudson if he wishes to as well.
Question.
But, it is, our police are out there working, and yes, we are breaking those networks up out there. But I want to point out that it's, and I need to point out to you as well, let's not get into the position where you're saying just in southwest Sydney. As I said to you, as the Minister...
It's a statewide problem, you're right.
Well, I said to you, as the Minister, I don't want to create this east versus west divide, and that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're creating an east versus west divide.
Sir,
what I'm talking about is... What I'm talking about... Well, that's what it sounds like. I'm talking about safety across the state.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
So, look, I'll get the Commissioner... Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Poulos has taken a point of order on me. And
I'll just listen to the point of order.
Mr. Chair, could I just invite your consideration? Mr. Secord is very experienced. He asks a question. There's a pause. There's an opportunity for the Minister or any witness to respond accordingly. The interjections during the course of the questioning is unhelpful.
I agree.
Okay.
Interjections are disorderly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on that note, Mr. Poole, Mr. Deputy Premier, you said that I'm making it east versus west. Well, I'm sorry. The data from your own government obtained under Freedom of Information shows that the slowest response times for urgent Priority 1 calls are in Western Sydney. 15, 16 out of 20 police area commands and district. Sorry, these are the facts. And we have gangs on Western Sydney shooting each other with impunity. So it's not an east versus west, it's factual. This is what's happening. Why is your government not responding to this?
Well, we are responding, and look, I think I've answered, but you did ask before if the Commissioner wanted to add, and I'll just ask the Commissioner if he wishes to add, and then I might see Mr. Hudson wants to add any additional info as well.
Mr. Deputy Premier, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Secord. So firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge all the police officers that are working 24/7 in commands right across this state, but particularly, as you highlighted, in Western Sydney. So they're 24/7 in every command you can think of, across every postcode and every suburb, and not just at local area command level, but at the regional level, where Strikeforce Hawk has been established and other operations like it, which forms together general duties, operational support group officers, Raptor officers, detectives, and others. So that's at that mid-level. And then at the serious and organised end, with Mr. Hudson is responsible for State Crime Command and those specialist commands to support major crime investigations. So I just want to acknowledge all the officers that are working around the clock on these issues, and there are a number of strike forces. I'll ask Mr. Hudson to comment in a moment, but some of those organised crime networks are not just, the nucleus of one family, but many associates with that. I think as large as 300 individuals. So certainly a number of people, but those tasks and operations that are ongoing around the clock are checking on firearms prevention order, compliance, etc., knocking on doors, making sure that they're complying with the orders that are in place to protect members of the community. That we're targeting those individuals to make sure our response is towards those that we consider are at risk of offending and associates of those families. So I'll hand over to Mr Hudson to add.
Hudson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, sir. I share concern in relation to the activity that's going on, and all police officers do. And in response to that, we put a lot of proactive operations in existence. What has happened over the last probably 2 years, when I think there's been 11 organised crime-related homicides in southwestern Sydney, is unacceptable, and we understand that. What needs to be understood, though, is, when people, as you indicated, Mr Secord, say there's 2 families involved, why aren't they under arrest? There are over 300 individuals linked to these networks, and many of the particularly violent actions of these groups is outsourced to other people, which extends those groups. The majority of the activity links back to illicit drug supply. So in a targeted approach, it's not just Raptor, criminal groups, and in a response mode homicide that relate to these activities. It's also the organised crime group, drug and firearms squad, and many other units of state crime that are involved in suppressing the activity by limiting the drug supply that these people have access to. So we have conducted major operations over the last 2 years. We have had, on over 2 days in late January, over 1,000 police on the street. It's about suppressing the individual's activity before they have an opportunity to commit a violence offence. We do build up rapport with some of these individuals. I think it's been reported that we actually warned the victim last week of what might be in store for him. When he returned from Lebanon, he was approached by the criminal group squad who indicated to him that the threat that existed prior to his departure from Australia still existed. He responded that he was in search of an armoured vehicle to protect himself. He responded that he only stayed at certain premises for 15 minutes at a time to diminish the risk, and as soon as Ramadan was over, he would be returning to Lebanon, and was only in Australia to collect on debts that were owed to him. So the very nature of the activity makes himself a target. We can't help that. Being aware of the conflict out there, we had proactive patrols. Raptor's over 100 strong now. They've almost exclusively been tasked to this conflict with some peripheral outlaw motorcycle gang work. Raptor were the first car on the scene at the homicide last week, and they actually administered CPR before the ambulance arrived. So I certainly understand the concerns of residents of Western Sydney. I share those concerns. When we see innocence, and that has happened, where we had the murder of an individual leaving the boxing at Hurstville earlier last year, a mistaken identity homicide, and also drive-by shootings at childcare centres where the outcomes could have been quite tragic. So we are very alert to that. We're well aware of it. And I know that I'm not the only one in this organisation that loses sleep over this. The people at State Crime and at South West Sydney, that are supported by South West Region Command in Operation Hawk, are looking at all options in relation to bringing this violence to an end.
So, Deputy Commissioner Hudson, you used a word that startled me. You said this conflict.
Yes.
You used the word conflict. So is it a war on the streets when you say a conflict? That is an internationally recognized phrase.
Conflict, to my mind, if I meant war, I would have said war, Mr. Secord. conflict in my mind is dispute or escalated dispute.
Yep.
There is certainly conflict between certain groups in Sydney, and one of the things that makes it very difficult post-event to investigate some of these matters is that it's not just two warring families that are involved. As I said, many of the jobs are outsourced to others. People in the criminal milieu make a number of enemies, not just one criminal group. So when a homicide happens, it's not that we can only focus on one set of individuals to try and resolve that matter. We have to spread the net very wide and focus and narrow that focus onto who we believe might have done it, but we need to eliminate others along that pathway as well. So they're exceptionally resource intensive and very complicated, and normally met with a wall of silence. We rely heavily upon our New South Wales Crime Commission colleagues in relation to that as well.
Now, sir, you used another phrase. You used the phrase suppressing. Is that a recognition that all you can do is hope to manage rather than eradicate these groups?
A lot of the activities we engage in across all crime types are in relation to suppression. I liken it to, if you don't tend to your garden, you get weeds. It's tending to your garden. And they execute a number of firearms prohibition orders. We try and take out individuals. If we can't get them for the substantive crime, then we'll try and arrest them for something else. And many times, on many occasions, that's been for the protection of the individuals themselves. We've actually arrested people and escalated arrest procedures because they were under threat and they weren't taking their own safety seriously. So we did arrest a couple of people last year, towards the end of last year, for their own safety, and as I said, fast-tracked some investigations into illicit drug supply so that they would not become additional victims of gangland homicide. We also, on a number of occasions, have prevented homicides, even one on a reprisal was expected in relation to the homicide last week, and we became aware of that, and we arrested an individual on quite low-level offences to ensure that that could not take place.
Now, sir, what is the reaction when you arrest a hardened criminal to protect them? What is their reaction?
Well, we don't tell them we're arresting them to protect them.
Yeah.
We do have a substantive offence which will keep them in custody. It's about fast-tracking those investigations when we become aware of a threat and prioritising them over perhaps others when there is a threat involved against an individual.
Now, this is probably to you or the Commissioner. Are there any gaps in the laws at the moment that hinder your response to gang activity?
I don't think we have any proposals currently before government in relation to operational activity. Certainly we have had discussions with the Deputy Premier in relation to things or legal issues on the periphery of that in relation to unexplained wealth and money laundering, and also in relation to a scourge which a lot of these groups communicate by, which is a dedicated encrypted device.
Thank you, sir. Can I, just with the indulgence, I would like the Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner to communicate to officers that this is not an attack on hard-working officers. I'm just holding the government to account.
Thank you, sir.
You don't want any speeding fines, is that what you're saying? Just to clarify something, Mr. Hudson, can you please confirm that these gang members who shoot each other in their gang wars, obviously, are not licensed firearms owners?
I can guarantee that, Mr. Borzak.
Okay, and the firearms that the Commissioner, that you were referring to, and also I know the Minister was making great play of the fact that there was, 70 firearms rounded up in this most recent activity, that those were not registered?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Minister, to you, have you had a chance to visit the registry at Murwillumbah yet?
Not yet, not in my 4 months as the Minister. I have been up north, though, as you would be aware, on a number of occasions. Obviously, my priority has been visiting those that have been impacted by the floods, but I have also visited a number of police stations within that area as well, around, Taree, Foster, Lismore. The registry itself was also flooded, so I am keen to sort of go up there on one of my next trips.
So you do intend to visit the registry soon?
Absolutely. As I'm going around the state, I'm visiting not only regional New South Wales, but as many assets and stations, and obviously the Firearms registry will be part of my visits as well as I'm travelling around.
You say it was flooded. Has it been fully restored now to full operational capability?
I'd have to ask Mr. Hudson if that's...
I see you nodding there, Mr. Hudson.
Yes, sir, it's back to full capacity, but it's also had many COVID issues up there as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Minister, have you been briefed about the persistent problems with the registry? For example, the extensive delays in completing internal reviews and all sorts of other issues?
Well, I, obviously, one of the briefings I have had is around the Firearms registry, and I have understood that there has been a lot of work that has been undertaken over the past 12 months. I am aware that there was a bit of a backlog. I have to also note that the police also did put on additional staff with the Firearms registry. They also have GunSafe, which is now an online portal which actually can speed the process up. So whilst we also might say there are some delays, I have to also say that there has been some important measures that have been undertaken to address this as well.
Thank you. Minister, the New South Wales Police Force has quite rightly dedicated and appointed corporate sponsors to support many community activities and groups, including, for example, mental health, domestic violence and so on. Yet I've never seen anyone in the New South Wales publicly support lawful, responsible firearm ownership. Will the New South Wales Police Force appoint a corporate sponsor for the Firearms registry and come out and publicly support and sponsor safe and responsible firearm ownership use?
Well, I think, first of all, let me just say that my response is, as the Minister is, it's always going to be, I always, recommend and support responsible ownership. At the end of the day, those who actually got firearms in their hands, I think are responsible, whether they be landholders or whether they're farmers, they use them as a tool of trade. And, obviously there, are important checks in relation to those that actually carry firearms. But I would actually say that those that end up with, a firearm, in most cases are responsible firearm holders.
Should it be in all cases?
Well, I have to say that, look, there's always going to be an exception to the rule, and there's always going to be those individuals that, we would raise concerns about in relation to holding a firearm. And, sometimes that might also be why, there are delays in relation to the Firearms registry. We also know that, there are checks that have got to be undertaken on individuals. It might be because of their previous record, it might be because of health as well. So I think we've got to also be mindful that there are some instances around some individuals and members that actually might be applying for a licence that really need to ensure that there are proper balances and checks in relation to that application. You'd also be aware now that, and we've had discussions as well, and I've also spoken with many stakeholders that we've also undertaking a review of the Firearms registry. That review is going to take place over the next 3 months. You'd also be aware that that's going to be led by Jeff McKechnie, someone who's had 33 years of policing experience, and he's also going to be having a look at how the Firearms registry works today, what are some of the good practices that have been introduced and certainly have made a difference, but what are some of the other things that we could potentially look at as well in improving the way in which things are being done. And that might be things like, having a look around the IT that's available. It might also include, looking at, real time. And let's not, we're talking about 245,000 licenses here across the state, licensed gun holders with over 1 million firearms that are actually being given here as well. So, this is about looking at what other enhancements can be undertaken, what other functions may be able to be done at the Firearms registry in relation to this matter, IT solutions, what controls and safeguards are in place for handling sensitive information, and just having an overall view at the operations of the Firearms registry and the framework around it.
I think just getting back to the core of my original question, why is it that legal firearms ownership is often characterised by police PR as just another part of the quasi-criminal world, and enforcement is the only way that you can deal with legal firearms owners? Why don't we have a corporate sponsorship from the police that actually talks about the good and the decent people who have firearms and how they got those firearms licences and retained them?
Well, the head of profession, the head of profession, I mean, it is responsible. So, I know that, I actually say to you again, landowners and landholders and farmers and those that are actually undertaking activities around pest control and dealing with vertebrae and things like wild pigs, I would say that they are responsible firearm and licence holders at the end of the day, and they have an important task to undertake in relation to this area. So,
shouldn't be police be confirming that in their interactions? I mean, there's definitely been a change in police attitudes when they turn up in people's homes now. It's very officious, very hard, very unfriendly, and that's a major change in attitude, especially since 2018-19, since the Firearms registry was put directly in control of sworn officers. Yeah, it's completely changed.
Yeah.
Police turn up in your home, and they actively seek to make it an enforcement exercise instead of a PR exercise going through their requirements. It's not as friendly as it used to be, Minister.
Yeah, look, I'm taking what you're saying in relation to that, but we also still know that police have an important role here to undertake in relation to checking on where guns are kept in premises as well.
Absolutely, 100% right, and that should be continued.
Yeah, but look, I mean, we can always have a look at that. I mean, at the end of the day, we can have a look at that, and I don't want to sit here and say that's an assertion over everybody, because that might be an unfair comment to make, because there are probably some that are quite friendly and responsible in relation to how they handle this as well.
Thank you. Commissioner, just some questions to you relating to officers who have been terminated due to COVID-19 vaccine mandates. Is the New South Wales Police Force intending to remove vaccine mandates?
Not at this stage, sir. We actually, instead of relying on the public health order at the beginning of the pandemic and in September last year when we made the announcement, it was based on our own health and safety risk assessment, which is very thorough. So we required that officers have doses 1 and 2, and we've strongly encouraged dose 3, because at the time we were faced with Delta. We've since been dealing with Omicron, and whilst it's obviously affected our workforce, it hasn't caused the level of illness that previous variants have done. So we've adjusted the risk assessment according to the variant and the conditions of the time, and rather than removing that requirement, as is our duty, we've got a big requirement, public-facing duty, and I'd hate to think that a police officer that unvaccinated passed on corona to my elderly mother and led to her death. So, I mean, there's certainly we have a responsibility as officers and as community members.
I assume you have this under review all the time?
I do.
You do? Okay, thank you. How many vaccine contraindications were submitted to the New South Wales Police Force, and of these, how many did the New South Wales Police Force accept as valid?
Yeah, I'll just get that data for you. Actually don't have it in front of me, but I know it's a small number.
Would you like to take it on notice?
I will take it on notice, yeah.
And if we
thank
could get it from someone before we finish today, that would be great. Thank you.
I have that if you want me to share it.
Oh, you've got it? Yep. Thank you.
So vaccination status of police officers. Obviously, the mandate was implemented on the 7th of September of 21. Vaccination rates up until the 11th of January 2022. Police that were exempt was 42, and for administration staff it was 25.
Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. What has the New South Wales Police Force done to support the mental health of officers who have been stood down, Commissioner?
The officers have the opportunity to, so the officers are not stood down, they've taken leave, availed themselves of leave that's been available while they go through the process, and they have a right of appeal to the IRC, and many of those matters are still in the throes of those decisions, so they're still current.
Oh, sorry, I don't think that answers the question, does it? I mean, what are the police actually doing to support them?
So all the services that are available to our officers normally are still available to these officers that are out of the workplace. Whether it's corona leave or any leave, those support services are always available to the officers.
Is it leave without pay? Do they get paid while they're going through this?
There'd be a variety of different cases at different times. Some officers would have quite a bank of sick leave that they've availed themselves of. I'd have to take that on notice whether there's any brought into.
Can you tell me, please, what happens when they run out of all forms of leave, where they go after that? What happens with that if they're still in the process of being exited from the police? Given that in March 2021, both the New South Wales Police Association and the New South Wales Police Force stated that vaccines would not be made mandatory, who made the decision to mandate vaccines?
That was a decision of the former Commissioner based on the risk assessment conducted at the time. And when I was the Deputy Commissioner of Corporate Services and in charge of HR and other areas of the organisation, I reaffirmed the need for mandating the second dose, based on the change in circumstances, and before the introduction of that, there was consultation with the workplace through the union.
Okay, thank you. How many New South Wales Police staff members have been stood down and or terminated due to mandates, and how many years of experience are estimated to have been lost due to mandates?
I don't have the number of years lost, but we have a number of officers removed. Was 17 under that removal process. 19, in addition to that, 19 have filed an appeal at the IRC. And others I've just given letters to, and 6 have resigned.
Thank you. And how much is it estimated to be costing the New South Wales Government in legal costs, given that most of those who are terminated are fighting their termination?
I'll have to take that on notice, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Minister, regarding Category D firearms, following the Bankovsky decision in mid-2020, I've been trying to get some sensible and meaningful progress on making fit-for-purpose Category D firearms available to Category D firearms licence holders. Minister, can you tell me if there's been any progress in that matter?
Yeah, look, absolutely. And I think, again, this is a matter that we sat down and both discussed in relation to Category D firearms. And obviously that decision that was made back in 2020, and it was an NCAT decision, basically overnight it saw these firearms being prohibited. So what the government actually did at the time was actually put in a temporary exemption to allow those, those 500 licence holders to be able to continue to operate. In many cases, they are, men and women that are actually undertaking pest control. They might be landholders as well. And I've also can actually inform you that there will be a bill that will be coming to the Parliament very shortly in relation to Category D firearms, and that will actually see a change. That will actually see a change in relation to the Firearms Act and the Firearms Regulation, and it'll just give the ability of our primary producers and pest animal controllers to access and retain fit-for-purpose Category D firearms. Now, we know how important Category D firearms are in relation to controlling of wild pigs and other pest animals across the state, and it also it highlights the importance of these firearms, as I've said before, as a necessary tool of trade. When you have a look at these individuals that have these firearms as well, we'll also make reforms so they don't have to go through every 12 month, actually have to apply for the Category D firearms every 12 months. They'll have a choice in relation to their licence period. They'll be able to apply for a 2-year or even a 5-year option as part of renewing of their licences. So this is something that will be coming to the Parliament not too far away. Certainly look forward to the Upper House's support as well.
Well, subject to it, we'll see. We'll see. Can I hand these up to one to the Commissioner and one to the Minister, please? It's a crime and justice bulletin produced by Boxar, and I just want to talk in terms of domestic violence safety assessment tool that this report talks to. And the issue of domestic violence obviously is a very important one. But the way the Firearms registry and the tools they've been using have been administering it has been overly restrictive. And I hand you that report from the Bureau, recently published. And the report shows the domestic violence and safety assessment tool, DVSAT, used by police since 2015 it has only moderate levels of accuracy in predicting repeat victimisation, and only the top 5 predictors contributed anything to accurately predicting repeat victimisation. Minister or Commissioner, will you commit to reviewing the DVSAT and developing a better tool by removing the irrelevant and weak predictors, including the question, does your partner have access to firearms or prohibited weapons, question 18? Commissioner, what is your policy position regarding licensed lawful firearms owners and registered firearms?
In respect of the DVSAT or in respect
In respect of the DVSAT, in respect of it generally.
Right. I guess in terms of firearms, registered firearms holders, licence holders, like a driver's licence, it's a privilege, not a right, but certainly, that element of the community are far and above those that have illegal weapons. And as insofar as the DVSAT goes, I'm aware of the Boxar report. We've undertaken to work with Legal Aid, who auspice the WDV CAS, who were instrumental partners in the 2015 DVSAT tool, to reduce that to a working model that's both works for police and identifies risk for victims. And that work has been committed to. And if it's possible to do a pilot whilst having a parallel system in COPS to do it, then I'd look to start at 1 July if that's at all possible.
Thank you.
The only comment I'll make there as well is in relation to the current situation with DVSAT at the moment, there is obviously some obligations that are compelling as well. So under Section 85(2) of the LEPRA, police who enter a dwelling in relation to a DV offence must ask if there is a firearms in the dwelling, and 2, if told there is a firearm, police must take all reasonable action to search, seize and detain the firearm. So therefore the police at this point, Mr Borzak, do have a statutory obligation under LEPRA to ask and to seize firearms when called to a DV incident on private premises, and also under Section 22 of the Firearms Act, 1, the cop must suspend a firearms licence if the cop is aware of the licensee of a firearm has been charged with a DV offence, or 2, the cop must suspend a firearms licence if the COP has reasonable cause to believe the licensee has committed or threatened to commit a DV offence. Therefore, again, it's a statutory obligation under the Firearms Act to suspend a firearms licence if the licensee has been charged with a DV offence or threatened to commit a DV offence. But we can actually have a look at it, and I think the Commissioner has also said that that's something that will take place.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Commissioner, to you, do you have any plans to recommend a statutory limit on the number of registered firearms a licence holder may own?
That's not something I've been asked to consider, but I certainly defer to Mr Hudson or Mr White whether there's any consideration been raised at their level of the organisation, but that's not something I've been asked to consider yet in my tenure.
Mr Hudson, would you like to address that?
Sir, it was raised in the audit report or the audit review of the Firearms registry and the way we deal with firearms. We did put it out to the consultative committee last year. I don't think the response has been that positive, so in my mind it won't be progressed.
Have you got anything to add to that, Mr White?
Sir, I agree with the Deputy. As far as I know, it's not on the radar.
All right, thank you. I might, I'll come back. Oh, Ms Boyd's gone. I'll keep going.
Snatch them up, right?
Where are we up to?
We're happy to take the time.
11.
You are always happy to take the time, I know that.
I got stuff.
Look, we're at
to ask.
10:59 now. Rather than ask another question and push through, we're going to break now and come back at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Webb, just to finalise my line of questioning, I just wanted to drill down on one of your answers that you gave in relation to officers who have been suspended or sacked for their position in relation to vaccines. How long do they get paid for, and how does the payment process work through? Do they get paid their normal salary? Have they got to do away with their sick leave first, then their long service leave? Just explain to me the whole process and how it occurs.
Whilst I'm considering their position, they avail themselves of leave that they have available and they nominate that leave, sick leave, annual leave, long service leave, and if they exhaust that, they will go into leave without pay to allow that process to finalise. I'll let due course and due process happen before then there's a determination.
So once they've been through all their leave, even if they haven't been terminated yet, they just don't get paid?
That's right.
Is that the way it is? Okay, thank you. Opposition?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Premier, I want to ask a few questions about the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation.
Yes.
Now, my understanding is that it will formally come into effect on July the 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what is in existence at the moment?
So obviously we've announced the body, and I will also point out that we have Mr. Witherden here, who's actually going to be the CEO, or has been appointed as the CEO of the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation. I mean, I think even with the announcement of this, there have been a number of different phases that we've gone through in relation to flood recovery, but we also know that it's going to take years, and it's going to take years for those communities to be able to rebuild. That is why the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation has been established, and that's to ensure that we can actually, cut the red tape, get through the planning issues that are required, because we're going to need to actually build that infrastructure, some of those assets in the community that have been destroyed by floods, but to also make sure that they rebuild and they come back stronger as well. So we are, there will be an advisory board. That advisory board will be appointed, in the coming months. But we've also said that we'll have sort of underneath that there'll be another layer where there'll be an advisory, or sort of like a local advisory boards, so that ensure that each of those local government areas that were impacted will also ensure that they've got a voice that's been fed up into that advisory board as a total body. But I don't know if Mr. Witherden.
I'll just ask a few more questions because I'm just mindful that my colleagues want to do that. So I guess I'd like to know, so is it in existence at the moment, or will it include legislation?
So, no, it's not at the moment, but it's in the process of being stood up under an existing act around growth centres. So it will be a development corporation in the same way as we already have an existing one called the Regional Growth Development Corporation. There's the Hunter Development Corporation. So under the same act, and that's going through the process of going through Cabinet to Governor and Council, so that can be stood up. In the interim, some of the work that Public Works Advisory, and Mr. Witherden's also the CEO of Public Works, some of that work has already commenced, and that includes the creation of a group to look at strategic purchasing of infrastructure, procurement, right across the sector, including local government. And so that work has commenced, and it will be rolled into the new corporation.
Just a couple of quick questions here. So at the moment, where is it based at the moment? Mr. Witherden, are you based here in Sydney? Or
look, the office will be based out of Lismore.
It'll be
got
in
an
Lismore.
existing Public Works office there, and we'd actually expect to have an operational office for the corporation running out of that later this month, and that's immediately adjacent to Southern Cross University.
Okay. Well, one last question. So because this is budget estimates, what will be the budget allocation for the corporation from 2021 to 2022, 2022 to 2023, and 23 to 24? Are you able to answer that, sir?
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Witherden. Yep.
Yeah. So there's been an initial allocation that was set up for the Infrastructure Coordination Office, which is a subset of what the corporation will do. So that's that sort of single point of prioritisation for all the recovery projects across New South Wales government agencies and across local government. So there's $11 million there, $1 million of it within this financial year, so between now and the end of June, and a further 10 thereafter. We're currently, with the sort of increase in scope with the announcement of the corporation, we're working through reviewing that, and then, at the time where we get the recommendations from the independent flood inquiry, because that'll really set the path forward there for the next 3 to 5 years, we can sort of revisit the adequacy of that budget at that time. But certainly well and truly sufficient funding there to get us up and operational. And I think, this isn't going to be a big bureaucratic organisation. It's in the order of probably about 30 FTE, 30 to 35, and it's that sort of overall coordination role that it will do, and delivery will still happen via the normal New South Wales government line agencies.
Perhaps just through you, Minister, to Mr. Witherden, where does the Commissioner for Resilience fit into all of this now?
So the Commissioner for Resilience obviously had their part to play was actually in response immediately. What this actually corporation is doing is basically providing a front door to government. This is about working with agencies to ensure that we can actually speed up the process of rebuilding. In some cases, we may have to acquire land to be able to build, I say infrastructure, but to build, homes in various locations as well. They can also be responsible for acquiring and subdividing land, but resilience was actually there for the response. This is actually about the rebuilding within those communities, and that's why the corporation has been established. The other thing too is the corporation sits under me because it actually will fit within Department of Regional New South Wales, and the reason for that is because Public Works actually sits within the premises of Department of Regional New South Wales.
So where does resilience sit now then?
So resilience sits with the Minister for Emergency Services, the Honourable Steph Cook. So still sits there, but has played an important role in relation to response and recovery. But this is about the rebuild. So this is about a longer phase now as we go forward for those communities when they're coming back from those floods. And anyone that's been up there, I mean, there's no doubt when you have a look at the devastation that's occurred, having been up there on a number of occasions, and just to walk out there and just see the amount of material that's been pulled out of people's homes, and you're talking about everything stripped out, carpet, you've had to rip the gyprock off the walls, all their furniture, and when you've seen that in the streets just thrown out there, people are throwing away basically it's their life belongings that they've acquired over years. And look, I have to say there's been many steps. The initial response was making sure that we cleaned up all of that material that was actually put out into the streets. I think there was over 21,000 truckloads that actually took material to both Coracai and Alstonville areas where over 110,000 tonnes of material was put into that area. But just getting that out of the way just made people feel better straight away. And there's been a lot of emergency service crews and the community and members across the state that have been up there and helping wash the mud off, mud out of homes, mud out of businesses. And look, having been up there, as I said, a number of occasions, we've got to make sure that we're there for the long haul. We've got to make sure that, communities in Ballina, Lismore, Coracai, Woodburn, Broadwater, and so on, we've got to make sure that we're assisting them as they build back, and they've got to build back better because it's important for those communities. And there's been a number of stages, obviously through resilience, your question as well. Resilience has also been, also critical in making sure that we respond to issues around finding housing as well. So housing is obviously the first priority from when we saw those floods. So there was emergency accommodation. Now we're moving into the phase of a temporary accommodation where a number of sites have been identified, putting in pods in various areas. was it Wollongbar? Is the first site where we're seeing some of those houses being established, but that's also making sure that amenities and power connected are occurring within those areas as well.
Thank you, Minister.
Commissioner Simmons is still running the statewide coordination committee, and underneath him, Deputy Commissioner Mel Lanyon, who's working as part of resilience, is still on the ground up there, finishing off that part of the response. So ours is a longer term view. It's about infrastructure provisioning.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you. Just on the North Coast floods, Minister, if I could, this morning I come in, got my coffee and printed up went to the Service New South Wales dashboard and printed up the flood recovery grants for small business, which was updated yesterday fortuitously. So if I could just rattle through this for you, there was as of yesterday, 14,553 applications received. Currently 7,352, so about 50% or thereabouts are undergoing assessment. To date, we've approved 1,814, so 12.5%. We've knocked back 5,387, and we've got 545 currently under review for fraud. Minister, can I just, so long after the floods, to have about 12.5% of those grants approved just seems to be a bit slow getting the money out to the small business operators up there that clearly need some support. Do you think that's acceptable 8 weeks later?
Well, I think, having been on the ground on many number of occasions up there, obviously it is about trying to get money out the door. And look, I want to point out that, it's something that I do here within that community, but it also does sit under the Minister for Emergency Services and Resilience as well. But I will comment from the point of view that we are wanting to get the money out the door as quickly as possible, and I know that Service New South Wales is looking at ways in which they can speed the process up. We've also got to be mindful, though, that unfortunately during these disasters and times of these situations occurring, there are unfortunately people who actually try to make a buck out of actually not even being eligible for a grant.
545 under review.
Yeah, so
fraud,
I mean, even in those numbers, like you've actually, out of that 14,000 that you just told me, I mean, you've still got over 500 people that have actually been now looked at because of a potential fraud application.
I might talk a bit more about that a bit later if I could, because it is actually a number that I've highlighted. But so Service New South Wales is involved in this process. And you said they're reviewing it to try and expedite or at least try to get the money out.
Yeah.
The staffing of this for Service New South Wales, did we provide anyone from secondment from organisations like the RAA to assist Service New South Wales in getting this these grants processed?
Look, it's really a matter for a question for Minister Dominello. But I will say this: whenever we've had natural disasters across the state, whether it's been issues around droughts or floods or even bushfires, we've always asked Service New South Wales to be able to step up and to be able to be that front door providing grants back out to communities. And I think they've been able to scale up where they've needed to in various situations that we've seen across the state. And I know that even in this situation, just the training that has to go into staff by even putting on additional staff as well, to be able to deal with the number of applications that are coming in are all part of this. But as I said, we should never not be looking at ways of trying to get the money out the door to these people, because when you talk to business owners, they need that money to actually help pay wages. It might be paying fees. It might be just paying for some of the bills that they've still got coming in. So that's why it's important that we get that money out the door to them as quickly as possible. And
everyone agrees we should get the money out as soon as we can.
Yeah, so I think your answer is right. Can we always do better? Yes, and should we always be looking at that? The answer is yes. But as you can also highlight and see, there are unfortunately those people that see a cash grab when it comes to grants that have been provided by the government. And look, at the end of the day, if we knew that people were going to be upfront and honest, we'd actually pay everyone the money up front so they didn't have to go through this process. But unfortunately, when you've got people that actually, scam the situation and are taking advantage of hard-working business owners, It's unfortunate that we have to do these checks and balances.
And Mr. Beach, just on the RAA, we've had to ramp up staff
would expect so,
there
yeah.
because we're pushing out the door the $75,000 grants for primary producers.
I want to come to that in a minute, Dave, if I could. So, Service New South Wales Deputy Premier are involved in this. Are they clipping the ticket? How much are we paying them to run this program for us?
Look, you'd have to ask the question that'd be a question you'd have to refer to Mr. Dominello.
Okay,
Minister
because
Dominello.
and I guess as a part of this, did you see yourself as a customer of the Department of Customer Service or whatever it's called, Minister Dominello's department? Are you seen as a customer of that department, Service New South Wales, because the grants are going through Service New South Wales?
I was going to say I'm a customer of Service New South Wales whenever
as
I
an
go and ask them
individual,
for
as an
help,
individual,
so
yes.
I was going to say that, but
as an individual,
we
yes.
all are.
I'm talking about the department itself.
Yeah, but there's also, but when you're talking about grants here as well, I mean, we're talking about over $3 billion that's actually being given in grants, both from a Commonwealth and a state level. And the thing that we've done here is we've asked Service New South Wales to be the administrator in many cases for the grants that are going out the door. So whether that be the business grants, whether that be the primary producer grants, whether that be the back to home grants, we've asked Service New South Wales to be the front door for people making their applications for these kind of grants. So, I think at the end of the day, they're doing a pretty good job under what was an extraordinary natural disaster. And even yesterday I read a letter that came from the Insurance Council of Australia. They're saying that the floods and the weather patterns that we saw happening in southeast Queensland and on the coast in New South Wales was actually the 5th worst natural disaster that we've actually seen here in this country. So I think it just highlights the extent and the damage and the magnitude of the problem that we've actually got right in front of us to actually deal with, and how we've got to work with those communities to be able to rebuild as well.
Okay, Deputy Premier, I just want to move on to the special disaster grants in the time I've got left that are overseen by the RAA, the Rural Assistance Authority. I just want to quote, this is from correspondence I've received, and the correspondents want to remain anonymous because they don't want to influence the processing of their grant. But can I there's a really important...
How do I know it's true?
I'll talk to you about that because I think it might actually have gone to your office as well. The quote is this. They say, time and timing is critical when you're dealing with livestock. Do you keep? Do you calf them down? Do you feed them? Can you afford to feed them? Or do you sell them and lose all the years of breeding? The biggest loss outside of fencing, years of livestock breeding has been lost. Sheds, roadways and pasture loss will be the mental damage and strain that this flood has caused, the depression that some people will never recover from. Many primary producers have paid tax all their life, 40 to 50 years and more, and once they need help. This was in response to the fact that their application is taking so long to process, Deputy Premier.
Yeah.
Do you think we really need to try and roll this funding out? I mean, that's anyone on the land knows the generational input into breeding of your stock, and you lose that in one fell swoop. Can we get the money out to people quicker?
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Barnes to actually talk about, but there are some components as well to some of those grants where some of the grants, even with primary producers, have been given upfront.
Yep.
And then the remaining has to actually show with invoices.
So we have 15 grand and 50 grand.
Yeah, so we have tried to make sure that, in some situations or in some of those grants, we've been able to get the money out the door as quickly as possible for obviously the reasons that you've stated. So, when they've got breeding cattle that need to be fed. And look, when I was up there as well, just to see a number of helicopters that were doing fodder drops as well within the areas where there was stock actually stranded on the side of a hill.
And Minister Saunders and myself spent half a day just in the quiet loading hay onto backs of trucks for people. So
Yeah, I did the same.
Yeah.
But I'll get Mr. Barnes.
But the delay. So, are you aware of those delays these authors are writing about?
Look, I'll get Mr. Barnes.
RAA have been, fortunately or unfortunately, doing disaster payments pretty much for the last 3 or 4 years as it relates to primary producers. Anyone that's a primary producer already has all of their details preloaded, and my understanding is that as long as they meet the eligibility criteria, then DPI through the RAA are pretty fast at getting that initial 15 grand out the door. In fact, money was going out the door 2 days after the application process was opened up. So, Mr. Veitch, if you want to give me the individual details, and I'll treat them very confidentially, we'll work out exactly what the blockage is. And we did this throughout the droughts. We did it throughout the bushfires. And sometimes there's particular circumstances that we can look at. This time round, because people told us about the fact that people were earning more of their income sometimes because they were out driving headers, and so they missed the eligibility criteria. We came up with another grant that was about landowners. So we're always eager to make this better. If you want to have a yarn with me in the lunchtime break...
yeah, but there's a frustration here.
Yeah, I'll get Scott Hanson to sort it.
Just a frustration from people. That's just an example of that.
So every time we go there and there's different issues raised, can you rest assured that we actually raise it with the relevant agency and the relevant minister to try and actually speed it up as well. So happy if you're hearing anything as well to actually come to us so that we can try and help those people. Okay. So then, at the end of the day, I just want to make sure we help those communities rebuild.
Yeah, absolutely, because the money, that's this issue about, there's a frustration about the money, and I understand the fraud.
And we've also talked to the feds about will they pay a percentage of the remaining on a quote rather than invoice?
Yeah,
because sometimes people are cash poor as well. Yeah. But again, we've got to get that balance right between making sure there's good governance and money out the door.
Okay. Deputy Premier, I just want to move on to the regional skills program and the grants, the regional skills relocation grants program.
Yep.
I've looked at the glossy departmental website, and it states, and I'll quote, that the grants increases the availability of skilled and experienced workers for businesses setting up in or relocating to or existing in regional New South Wales. $10 million set aside up to the end of this year, so over a 4-year period. 10 million. We're in that final year now, I believe. So can you just, how many grants have been made for this program? Do you know?
Look, I know that there's the 10 million over the 4 years. Look, and obviously this is about assisting businesses with relocation costs. In relation to that, I'll have to have a look and see if we can get that number to you.
Well, the last time I looked, it was 24.
Yeah, as of 26th of April 2022, 42 skilled worker grants for 27 businesses, totaling 244,000 has been acquitted.
So 10 million program.
So we're actually undertaking a strategic review of that program. So there is a review being undertaken of that particular program, and a report will come back to me with recommendations later this year.
So that report comes back to you later this year. Just to confirm that, so 42 for a total of, across the 4 years of the program, a total of 244,000.
That is correct. But we do also, I will point out, but I will also point out there have been other programs that have actually assisted in the relocation of businesses as well. So that might have been more attractive for some of those individuals that have actually taken up funding that has been provided by the government. As you'd be aware, we've had our Regional Job Creation Fund, and I think that's actually created even a greater opportunity for jobs to be relocated in the bush. And I think if you look at that...
Can I just say that, Minister, so what I'm really getting to here is, so 244K out of $10 million, so the unspent funds, what has happened to those, or will they be, can we get some sort of a guarantee that those funds aren't going to be lost to regional New South Wales, that they're going to be used, even rebadged in some other program to assist the relocation of skilled workers?
We won't be losing them out of regional New South Wales, rest assured.
And again, we can talk more about this afternoon, Mr. Veitch, but the special activation precincts, which we have 6 of those, and you've got Rebecca online to talk about this have really started to kick in now with big companies setting up.
Afternoon questions for SAPS, so we can do that with
this was particularly set up to assist those companies to bring in some highly skilled labour to get their companies away, like Brightmark, because we won't be able to source everyone from within the local area. We want to, and we're working on with TAFE and with schools and universities to get as many local people into those companies as they scale up. But they will need to bring in some people from sometimes overseas and interstate. And it was a way of saying to people, government's here to help support the growth of jobs in the bush.
Deputy Premier, so the review that you mentioned comes to you later in the year. Who's conducting that review? Is it internal or external?
Mr Barnes.
We'll probably get an external to assist from a good governance perspective.
And it hasn't commenced yet?
No, we've indicated it'll be undertaking a strategic review of the skills program.
Okay, so it hasn't commenced yet, that review?
No, but it's and the program doesn't finish till 2022. But I can rest assured, we'll be certainly there are a lot of programs that we run through regional New South Wales that are very successful, that have actually benefited in creating jobs and bringing skills into the region, and it might be actually a better fit to actually put some of those remaining funds back into those programs, or even tailoring it, because we know that skills shortage is an issue right across the country. So it's a way of actually ensuring that New South Wales is leading the way. New South Wales is the attractive state when it comes to encouraging people to relocate to the state, but also going out into regional New South Wales.
Ms Boyd?
Thank you. Deputy Premier, do you think that the New South Wales government was adequately prepared for the floods and the devastation that the floods wreaked in the Northern Rivers?
I think when you have a look at it, I think I'm not really sure how well prepared you could be for the amount of rainfall that fell out of the sky. We saw record amounts of rainfall, even 4 or 5 weeks later after we saw that flooding occur within the area. I mean, even today, if you get heavy rainfall falling in the wrong area, it's not going to take long for those rivers and those areas to actually see waters rising once again and really potentially cause flooding in isolated communities up there. And that is still the risk, and that is the risk for a lot of those communities as we go right through until July of this year. So there is a lot of people that are on tender hooks at the moment in relation to seeing what is going to happen with the weather over the coming months. I think what's important here, the fact is that the flood itself was 2 metres higher than the previous record. Mm-hmm. So when you're talking about a flood that was 2 metres higher than the previous record, you've got people that have done the right thing. They've actually built their home in an area where they thought they would never flood. There are people that have actually raised their homes and actually looked at where the high water mark was previously, but it actually went beyond that. It actually went, up through that, first floor into the second floor, and in many cases right up to the ceiling of the second floor. So we are talking, significant water that went into those properties. What's important though is the fact that, there is an inquiry that is underway right now. That is being led by Professor Mary O'Kane. Mm-hmm. It's also been led by the former Commissioner for Police, Mick Fuller. They've already started consultations with community. Mm-hmm. They're looking at what the causes, preparedness, and how responses can be looked at when we're dealing with floods. And I think it's important that we don't preempt the outcomes of that report. But I'm sure the report itself is going to be an important, fact sheet
you are,
to ensuring that.
From my question though a little bit now.
Well,
I've let you go.
Well, you asked me if it was about government being prepared. I've indicated to you that it's an inquiry being undertaken.
So climate scientists have been telling us for decades now that these sorts of events will become more frequent and more severe. And governments have been on notice for a long time about the need to prepare for that. Do you think that your government has been listening to that climate science and preparing the state adequately for these sorts of events?
I think this is a government that actually has been doing a lot in this space in relation to dealing with natural disasters. And yes, I actually think we have been. And when I sit here as well and say to you, it's been a tough number of years. You know, if you look at, I'm sorry, if you ask me if the government has responded, the answer is yes. And the government's responded in many ways. I mean, the government's responded in ways of actually dealing with, communities that have been impacted by drought. I mean, that was the worst drought that we actually saw on record. It's probably some of the toughest times for many of our landholders. Then we saw bushfires that came in off the back of that. Yep. We saw some of the largest fires across the state. We saw, property. We saw lives that were lost during that particular time. And then you've got these flooding events as well. So I think as a, as a community, and you're going to say here, one particular, I think it's up to everybody. I think it's up to all tiers of government. I think it's up to community as well as to how we ensure that we're all better prepared for natural disasters that we are going to see into the future as well.
We have decades of climate scientists telling us that this is something we need to prepare for.
Yeah, but some of them too also said that we would never fill. Some of them also said dams would never fill again as well.
Well, no,
so
that's not true.
Flannery did, because Flannery.
I'm going to finish my question.
Flannery did say that actually.
So we have all of that, and then we have, as you say, severe weather events hitting the state over a number of years. But why then is New South Wales the only state in Australia not to have a statewide climate change adaptation plan?
But I think the New South Wales government, and I've read many reports, and you can actually be very selective in your reports, but I've read reports where the government has actually been praised for actually putting the strategies in, to even reduce things around emissions.
No, I mean, you're talking about mitigation. I'm talking about adaptation. Why is New South Wales the only state in Australia not to have a climate change adaptation plan, since having promised it in 2016, saying it would be delivered by the end of 2017? We're now 5 years down the track, and we're the only state in Australia without a climate change adaptation plan. Why is that, and how can you say that this government is adequately prepared for these events in light of the fact it hasn't even got an adaptation plan yet?
Well, I don't know if it'll ever be a plan that's actually going to be suitable to the Greens, so I'll point that on the record. But this is a government that actually has responded to those natural disasters, where we'll continue to adapt and we'll continue to change, and we'll continue to actually put strategic policies in place.
When we look at the new Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation and what it is responsible for, we have things like restoration of essential public assets, urgent repair and replacement of critical water and sewer infrastructure, regional roads recovery, community infrastructure recovery. These are all things that would be covered in an adaptation plan. A climate change adaptation plan for the state would be looking at how we can make sure that in the future these sorts of this critical services and infrastructure aren't hit as hard in the future. We are not prepared, are we, Deputy Premier, in this state, because we do not have a climate change adaptation plan, and I'm not sure that you even know what that is.
Well, that's your opinion, but I actually say that this is a government that actually, and I actually sat here, and your question is actually a valid one, but it's also not completely valid to me as well. But I will make the point that this is a government that actually is looking at adaptation. I mean, we're talking about roads. We're talking about some of those communities that have been isolated in the past in relation. Well, hang on. Let me finish. You've actually said in the past that we talk about roads, but also it's about adapting as well for communities that have actually been put at risk when there's some of those natural disasters. There's only one road in, there's only one road out. It's about looking at how you can actually ensure that those communities can get in and out safely. It's about making sure that we've got support there and other ways in which our emergency services can be able to access those communities. Yep. So that's all part of it. So you can be selective. You can be selective in your. Well, you can be selective in your adaptation of it. But at the end of the day, this government is and will continue to respond to natural disasters and prepare for future disasters. And I hope...
So it's great that you are... Sorry, you're talking for quite a long time as
I hope that you actually...
bring you back to the question.
I'm happy if you also want to provide a submission to the flood inquiry.
We could have a chat about the fact that we don't really need an inquiry to know what is going on and what has gone wrong.
Okay, so you're saying we shouldn't be having an inquiry. Okay,
the inquiry is fine, but what you're doing is hiding behind the inquiry until after the next election, when we all know that the New South Wales government has dropped the ball on climate adaptation.
The report's coming back to the government, to the Premier in end of June, and also has the report that comes back with other matters at the end of September. I think if you listen to, and I think also,
received and the recommendations actually being followed through with,
and
which
also
is
you've
not
also heard that we're not waiting for a report for some of these measures that have already been undertaken.
Okay.
And I think
so you
Mr. Witherden indicated that already as well.
I'm just going to raise a point of order for the benefit of Hansard, actually. I think it's impossible for Hansard to actually capture all of this, and I think Ms Abigail Boyd should perhaps allow the Deputy Premier to complete his answers before she interjects on him continuously.
Thank you, and probably both ways, right? You could perhaps
no, certainly. The point of order was to you, Ms Boyd.
All debate goes through the chair. We've had that point of order a number of times. It's not a point of order as far as I'm concerned. The Minister is more than able to deal with this. The questioning himself.
I will change topic. Deputy Premier, were you consulted, or was the New South Wales Police Force consulted during the drafting of the Roads and Crimes Legislation Amendment Bill 2022?
I'd have to ask. I'll ask the Commissioner if this is for the protesters.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I was acting Premier too, so that's the one.
Yeah, okay. So the operation.
I know this one.
So the operation of those laws, the way that they would work from an operational perspective, was run past the police, the New South Wales Police Force?
Absolutely. I went to the proper process, the Cabinet, it came to the Parliament, and, I actually think if you're going to have these pests that actually want to disrupt community lives, and they want to behave in this reckless behaviour, stringing themselves up to poles and actually stopping congestion on roads, putting our emergency services lives at risk.
Just answer the question, though. Was the police force consulted about the operational
issues they answered yes. And you know what? When they want to glue themselves to a road, these are just numbskulls at the end of the day.
I will pick it up with the Commissioner
about the individuals.
It's fascinating, the response you have to this peaceful protest versus the anti-lockdown protesters.
They're illegal
Will somebody
protesters.
think of Hansard?
Yeah, and they deserve what they
children.
Will somebody think of Hansard? That's all I'm asking.
Hansard can walk and chew gum at the same time, I'm sure. My turn for a little while.
I'll be nice.
Minister, the structure of the Firearms Registry has changed again recently following the major structural change in August 19. I understand the organisation chart in April 2022 shows 84 employees, yet the organisation chart in 2020 showed 83 plus 10 Police Link employees. Has there been a net reduction in the registry staff levels?
Look, I might ask Mr Hudson if he's able to provide an answer to that question, if that's all right.
Please.
So the staffing hasn't reduced. The Police Link personnel were previously temporary positions. They're now permanent. So they are permanently engaged at Police Link dealing with firearms issues. And there was one additional staff out of the last allocation to the registry. So the numbers there are now 84.
Thank you. It appears that the dedicated dealers and clubs units at the registry has disappeared when we look at the organisation chart. Is this correct?
I might ask Mr Hudson if he can comment on that one.
Without the organisational chart in front of me, I did see it some time ago when it was reviewed. The second review you refer to, Mr Borzak, was conducted at my request in conjunction with the previous Commander of Police Prosecution, Scott Cook, because in my mind, even though it had only been changed on the cusp of us taking it over, it wasn't functioning and it wasn't aligned, and the delegations that were in place weren't appropriate to make appropriate decision making. So we had in my mind, an expert who used to run Police Link come down and defer his retirement temporarily to conduct that review. He's very good at functional alignment and functional analysis. And he did that review, and that's the current structure we had. But I'm not too sure if Mr White has the current organisational structure in front of him. I would be surprised if he did, but I can't.
Well, we've had one made available on request, so and that's where the questioning comes from.
I know there is one, sir, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, there is a specialty requirement in our view to deal with firearms dealers and also clubs, especially in relation to ranges and things like that. And that just doesn't appear as a unit on your organisation chart.
It may have been renamed, sir. I'm not sure. I think.
Do you want to take it on notice?
It's the case that it's a different name, but it still remains a team that is dedicated to dealers and clubs requirements, and it remains in place. There's also an additional upgrade of a range officer position that falls within that team. It's a naming convention, I understand, but it still remains in place.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. I think the reality is that the range governance area is massively undermanned, understaffed, whatever you want to call it at this stage, and there are a lot of issues in relation to that as far as I understand. Can the committee get a copy of the registry's current organisation chart showing all the positions and work groups? Now, I'll hand this up to you. This is a copy of the one I've got, if you want to hand that up. And I can see Mr Secord's interested in it, so I'll organise for you to get a copy too. But this is public information. It's not something that's being hidden by anybody. Certainly the police are not hiding it.
Yeah, so we can provide that.
Yeah, please. Minister, in relation to the case of Commoon versus or against the Commissioner for Police, in October last year I was advised that Senior Constable Sachin Raj and Senior Constable Michael Matic had been referred to the Professional Standards Command after it was found that they had made false and misleading statements under cross-examination in the case of Commoon against Commissioner of Police New South Wales. What was the outcome of the investigations by the Professional Standards Command? And keep in mind that I had asked a question in the House in September, and I actually have an answer here, which I'll also hand up to you. I'm looking for a bit more information.
So I can add something to that. My understanding is that the matter is still under investigation. It's not being an investigation conducted by the Professional Standards Command that comes under my control, but actually being conducted by South West Metropolitan Region Professional Standards. But my advice as of yesterday was that the matter is still under investigation.
Okay, thank you. I've got 5 minutes. Commissioner Webb, regarding Firearms Registry performance measures, in December 2020 the registry ceased publishing its quarterly performance measures, and they called it simply a dashboard, and it was quite a useful tool in terms of showing everyone, users, customers, everyone, how the registry was going on a whole bunch of measures, processing time, for example, and other things. Will the registry recommence publishing a quarterly dashboard report?
Yes. In short, there's quarterly reports go up now, and the last one went up last week, but the dashboard itself was taken down in December 20 because of some errors in it, and it will be reinstituted in the very near future.
When, sorry?
Very near future.
In the very near future? Is that
It's almost
1
ready,
week?
sir.
Almost.
Within weeks.
Within weeks. Okay, thank you.
Straight out of gun safe.
Commissioner, regarding prohibited weapon suppressor permits, how many permits for firearm suppressors, they call silencers in the Act, have been issued since 2015 for business purposes / employment as a genuine reason?
I'll defer to Mr. White on that. We have that data available.
Thank you, ma'am. There was a total of 6 suppressor permits for 2022, and in 2021 there was a total of 58. That's calendar years.
So what changed in administration for it to drop from 58 to 6?
We're still only counting up to the end of April, so it's only partway through the year. It's a calendar year, January to December.
You've still got a long way to go. If you
Yeah.
Yes, there's still a number of applications that are being processed, but again, they are adjudicated on from that stance that each application is assessed on its individual merits and under the legitimate reason test. So there's still a number to be assessed for this.
So what we're saying is, and how long are those permits be issued for? 12 months, 2 years, 3 years?
I'll take that on notice unless I...
Okay,
Commissioner
thank you.
knows, but yeah.
Unless someone else has the answer now. How many have been issued for the purposes of recreational hunting and vermin control as permitted by law? As a genuine reason?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice too, if I could, Mr. Borzak.
Okay, thank you. Of all suppressor permit holders, how many have been charged with criminal offences involving the use of suppressors?
Take on those.
I'll take it on notice.
Take that on notice?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Opposition.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Minister, just a quick one to take on notice for me, flowing on from the special disaster grants at the RAA for this afternoon, if it's possible. If I could find out just how many applications have been received as of today, and how many have been approved as of today.
Yeah, so have you got it?
No, just we can do that. And Scott Hanson's got back to me and said he is at the moment the applications are rolling out or being resolved on average 18 days after they're received, and he's put an extra 15 people on and hoping to get it down to below 2 weeks.
Okay. Right. But if you get those numbers, that would be handy. Thank you. Minister, if I just want to go into Firearm power station and a series of questions I've got here. When did you first learn that Arara power station was going to close?
Can I come in? Yeah, okay, that's fine.
I'd have to say, and I don't quite recall, but it was obviously there were some issues raised. I don't know if it was early in my tenure as the Deputy Premier, or certainly at the end of last year, that there was some rumours in relation to the future of Araring.
Okay, and were you aware that the Treasurer was conducting an 8-month modelling exercise regarding the closure of Arara?
Look, I know I've had discussions with the Treasurer, obviously around that this is this is a large employer in regional New South Wales, and that we also need to be looking at what the future is for those communities as they move away from those jobs, and how we can actually ensure that those communities are going to be given jobs of the future for those workers. We don't want to see them packing up and leaving without being given an opportunity for what that future industry might look within the area if they are to close as well.
That's the power workers. Does that also include the workers in the mines?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I've met with both. So, well, certainly I've met with the mining guys as well. So I've met with them, and they've obviously raised concerns in relation to, we've been talking about the power station, but we also know that there's the flow-on impact of both needing the coal and the coal mining activities to take place to actually feed to the power station.
Yeah.
So there is a significant number of jobs that are associated with the mine as well.
Do we have an idea or a bit of a picture of just how many of the jobs in the mining sector might be?
I did, but when I spoke to the company, they did indicate as to how many, but I can't recall exactly what the number was.
Yeah, you want to take that on notice and come back to us about that? Not today, just take it on notice.
So
I just want to get a picture of what it's going to look like. Yeah.
Mr. Beach, the mines that are impacted are actually looking at pivoting to take some of the coal offshore. And I know that my department's been working at options that, when the power station comes off for something like that.
Okay.
And it's actually Centennial Coal that I've actually met with in relation to it. Who've actually
You've met with Centennial?
I have met with Centennial in relation to this matter, and the number of workers and the suggestion that they might also, look at exporting coal as well.
Okay.
Mr. Veitch, if I could just add there, it's around 750 coal mining jobs that may be impacted as a result of the closure. But as Mr. Barnes said, the Centennial Coal is working with Origin Energy around access to some of their infrastructure and looking at pivoting their operations to towards an export market.
Thank you.
And the idea is to use some of the existing, and obviously there are conversations around looking at some of the existing assets and infrastructure that are already in place as well.
Okay,
whether that can be utilised.
So they've spoken to you. Centennial spoke to you about the in relation to their view of the future use of that infrastructure.
Correct.
Yep.
Very early days, though, I must say. Like, it's still only very early days in that discussion.
Okay. And so your dialogue with them then is ongoing. Are you personally having regular meetings with them? I mean, I would have checked your diary, but it's actually, and others would know that I do like reading ministerial diaries, but they actually haven't been posted yet. I suspect it may get posted tomorrow.
Yeah, but I also have a connection with Centennial anyway, because they're actually, they run the mines in my community of Lithgow as well.
Okay.
So I also have that relationship there with those through Centennial.
So is there modelling of the local, like quite local, and then the broader regional impacts of the changes that are occurring?
Yeah, some of that work is being done, but it is being done and looked at by Treasury at this point. So, but there are still discussions really ongoing at the moment as to exactly when that closure is going to take place. But it is also about looking at what the wider regional impacts might be for that area.
Okay, and I've had it put to me that there's about potentially 1,000 other jobs that'll be impacted upon. So that's just not the 750 that.
No, that's right.
Beattie.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, we all know that there's not only the direct jobs that are impacted, it's also the indirect jobs, and that's why. I'll go back to a previous question here today when I talk about the importance of mining. It is, if you actually close the mine down overnight, it does have a huge economic impact, not only in that local town, that community, but right across the region. So it's not just the direct jobs, it's also the impact on indirect jobs within those regional areas as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, the number that Ms Beattie gave us, the 750 mine workers, is that, just to be clear, they are the mine workers you were talking about?
Yes, that's coal mining jobs. Yes.
Yep, okay, thank you. Now, of those 750 that will be impacted, the word impacted is sort of an interesting word to use. Can you, maybe, Deputy Premier, just give us a bit of colour to that? Like, what does impacted mean? Does it mean they're going to lose their job? Does it mean they're going to be transitioned to another job? Does it mean, like, what does impacted actually mean?
Well, I think it's hypothetical still at this point because it's still an unknown, and it's an unknown as to what Centennial is going to be looking at as part of its future and what kind of workforce, what the workforce is going to look like as they may change their operations into exporting. We don't know that yet. We don't know what the clear impact might be with numbers. So it is, so whether it's, whether it's part-time or whether it's full-time equivalents, that work is still to be undertaken by Centennial. But that's why it's important we continue with that dialogue because obviously I want to make sure that the government's got a real understanding as to what the impact might be within that region, if anything is to change or happen as well.
So that's the local and the regional impacts. There's clearly also a federal impact. Have you had conversations with Minister Taylor about this, or Minister Pitt?
No, but I am aware that the Treasurer has been actually having dialogue with federal ministers in relation to this matter as well.
And you haven't injected yourself as the
Not at this point, so not at this point.
Do you see that there may be a point where you need to inject yourself on behalf of regional New South Wales into this
absolutely,
this discussion?
Absolutely, yeah.
So you will? When do you think that might...
Well, I think we wait and see the federal election first before who I'm talking to afterwards. So that'll be important. But obviously the relevant minister from a federal perspective, he will be critical in looking at what needs to happen going forward. And I don't think it should just be a state responsibility alone. I think the federal government's got a part to play here as well.
I think everyone would agree that they do have a part to play.
Correct.
Can I just say, Deputy Premier, then, you said that the Treasurer's been having conversations with, I think, Minister Taylor. Has there been any dialogue with Minister Pitt?
Look, that's a question for Minister for the Treasurer. I'm not aware, but that's a question for the Treasurer.
And you may not know this, but how long have you been aware of those discussions or conversations between the Treasurer and Minister Taylor?
Well, I'm not exactly sure who he's been talking to, but if I said to you, I was made aware of it probably say anywhere between 4 to 6 months ago. But that's where that's probably the extent of it. But who he's actually having a conversation with, I can't recall, but I know he has been talking with the Commonwealth.
Okay. Now, I know you said that, because you haven't been responsible for this in this space for the entirety of this journey, so to speak, but once you became the Minister, were you then made aware of the modelling exercise that the Treasurer had been undertaking?
I'm not aware of it. I just know that there was potential impacts on our jobs, and I just want to make sure that that's actually not going to have, I want to see that impact lessened in those communities. So that's as the Minister for Regional New South Wales, I have a clear interest here when you're losing, or when there is even talk of losing jobs of that number in the area. We need to make sure that there is an opportunity to, upskill these workers and to ensure that they find suitable employment. We also want to make sure that that employment is kept within the local areas as well. And look, I'm focused on, supporting mining jobs, and I'll continue to focus on that and support those jobs.
I mean, have you seen or cited that modelling that was conducted by the Treasurer?
No.
You haven't? No. Have you asked for it?
Not at this point.
But often, sometimes not seeing it doesn't mean you didn't ask for it. That's
Not at this point.
Will you be asking for it?
Yes, and I'm sure when it's finished being modelled and it's reviewed, I'm sure then it'll be the appropriate time to see it, and it'll be appropriate time for Regional New South Wales to also run their eyes over it to actually see what the impact might be.
Okay, thank you. If I could, I wouldn't mind going on to the resources for regions for gas communities. Just a very quick couple of questions about this, Minister. The Resources for Regions website says further details about the additional funding, including timing and LGA eligibility, will be made available in 2022. This is around gas communities that have gas exploration. Just when will that Resources for Regions for gas communities commence, or at least an invitation be sent out?
Yeah, I might just ask Mr. Hanger to actually reply to that question. Mr.
Thanks,
Beach.
Deputy Premier. So that program is part of the current budget negotiations. So we would expect once those are concluded that the next round of the program will be announced later this year.
So part of the budget process and later this year. Any idea? Some of these communities would just like to... I was at some councils yesterday, and they just would like to get a bit of an idea, because they're doing their budgets as well. They just would like to get a bit of an idea, I guess, to start sharpening their applications.
As you'd be aware, that program has run 8 rounds.
Yeah.
$420 million for 242 projects have been committed to date. The last round, round 8, $75 million has been committed to projects through Resources for Regions.
Yep.
As you've indicated, there are additional gas-impacted LGAs that need to be included in the design of the next round of the program.
Yep.
As I've indicated, the funding for that next round, that's part of the budget negotiations.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Deputy Commissioner Hudson, I'd like to take you to counter-terrorism and surveillance of extremist groups in New South Wales. Since the war in the Ukraine, has New South Wales Police, or have New South Wales Police focused on ultra-nationalist groups in New South Wales involved or interested in the conflict?
Thank you, sir, for the question. We've been monitoring and we're alert to the situation. Something we've spoken to our Commonwealth law enforcement and intelligence partners about as well. We did think we identified a number of individuals who were trying to leave Australia to go and join the conflict. That turned out not to eventuate. I am aware of a number of people who have done that. It's no offence to actually go over and join that conflict. It's different to the declared terrorist zones that were in Syria.
Yep.
So we are very alert to monitoring the environment, but we haven't seen anything actually eventuate that would cause us concern at this stage.
Sir, are you familiar with a group that's labelled themselves Australian Cossacks operating in Sydney?
No, I'm not.
Are you familiar with, there have been postings on social media of these pro-Putin groups in New South Wales? Are you aware of that?
I received some advice in relation to pro-Russia posts a couple of weeks ago, and we were following that up. I don't have an outcome of what the result of that outcome. But it's no offence to post certain things in support of regimes. It's about what actually eventuates on the ground in relation to some type of activity that we can monitor. If the social media posts were within the bounds, which I'm told they were, of acceptability.
Sir, are you aware of reports of people with links to Russian organizations harassing homes that were flying Ukrainian flags?
I have not been informed of that, no.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to ask a few questions to the Commissioner, the New South Wales Crimes Commissioner. Earlier today, we asked a number of questions about criminal gangs, international gangs. What work is being undertaken that you can share with us in relation to unexplained wealth and international gangs?
Whenever the Crime Commission receives a reference from management...
Mr.
Sorry, sir.
Mr. Could you just talk more closely into the mic, please? Thank you. You're supposed to throw the bottle at Mr. Secord.
That'll happen later.
That's the book, Chair.
Damaging police property. Sorry about that interruption, Mr. Secord. Whenever the Crime Commission receives a reference from its management committee, which is a prerequisite to it exercising its coercive powers, the opportunity for proceeds confiscation is one of the matters that is addressed. All of the crimes that the Commission investigates are serious and or organised crime. The opportunity to seize assets is always considered as part of that process.
Now, there was mention earlier today of following unexplained wealth. How much of your activity is in that area?
Unexplained wealth is a generic term that might apply to any of the orders sought under the CARA Act, under which we bring proceedings. There is also a specific order for unexplained wealth. I haven't got the breakdown with me today of which ones were activated in the last 12 months or any other period.
Could you take that on notice and provide it for the last calendar year?
Certainly.
Commissioner, Police Commissioner, I'd like to take you to the area of 3D weapons. What is happening in? I understand that there was going to be legislation coming in the pipeline involving 3D weapons with creation. Well, what's happening at the moment?
I'll hand to Mr. Hudson, I think. I understand that was being considered.
Yep.
That's certainly an issue that is concerning for us, that the weapons could be produced through a 3D printer, and something we needed to act on. So,
Deputy Commissioner Hudson.
Thank you, sir. I think Mr. Borzak could probably have a better idea of where it went to in committee. There was a committee.
Which committee?
There's one that Mr. Walton gave evidence
3D weapons, Rob.
Sorry?
3D weapons.
Oh, okay.
The proposed legislative change that was put up impacted upon some licensed firearm dealers in relation to the modification of weapons. Part of what we were seeking, I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago now, part of what we were seeking was the tooling and the blueprints that were utilised to manufacture the weapons. That crossed over into some of modifications that or maintenance that licensed firearm holders.
I might help you with that. Yeah, I think I know the question's not addressed to me, but
no, it's not, Mr. Chair.
It's an area. It is an area of. No, I'm not going to rule myself out of order. It's an area of vital concern. I think the way the proposed legislation was being drafted was too wide. Okay. The fact that you had a copy of either on your computer or not for the making of or parts of firearms, blueprints, call it for want of a better word, that would have impacted anyone who was either a licensed dealer or who made parts or repaired parts.
Okay.
And it made it virtually impossible for them to do the job.
Thank you.
So if the government wants to do this stuff, it needs to think more closely about how they handle it.
Thank you. Mr. Hudson, so are there cases... So what are people actually... Okay, I'm not talking about the actual plans, but actually making... So what are people actually making or trying to make with these 3D weapons? Are they making absolute firearms themselves, or are they modifying the weapons? Are they creating silencers? What are they actually doing with? Because I know that a person was arrested in the Central West, and they had 3D printing plans.
It varies, sir. The original 3D printed firearms were more or less one shot and disintegrated upon it because they were totally 3D generated. The weapons being manufactured now are much more sophisticated. They incorporate lawful firearm parts into them in some cases, allowing magazines to be inserted into them, so multiple shots can be fired from these 3D manufactured weapons. So they are getting a lot more sophisticated in their development, and my advice is that the plans are becoming more readily available.
So we're not talking about a person just getting on the web, but we're actually talking about sophisticated plans to manufacture things.
Yes.
And that is that to get around firearms laws, or what's the reason? Why would you do something like this?
It's to get around firearms laws and to manufacture weapons which most usually would be prohibited in relation to their multiple firing capacity.
So the current state of play. So if you are found with a 3D weapon, something that you've manufactured, is that an offence?
It's a prohibited firearm.
It's a prohibited firearm. Thank you, sir.
Just a few questions for Mr. Field, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Deputy Premier. I just wanted to go back to this question around the transparency of the decision-making of the Hunter Expert Panel. I just wanted to give you another opportunity to clarify your position on or expectation around transparency. Do you expect that the agendas and minutes of the meetings of the Hunter Expert Panel will be made public?
I'll expect a summary, but as I said before, there may be some commercial in confidence things that are discussed at that meeting that I don't think we could give a competitive advantage or an advantage to a competitor in some way. So just remember that we're going to be talking about some sensitive issues in relation to what is going to go through the expert panel. But I would, see from time to time that there would be a summary at least being provided to ensure that the community has confidence in those expert panels and the work that they are undertaking, because they are talking about the future of those areas that are going to be looking at, what is going to be the future industries in some of those communities. So I have no issues in relation to some of that information being circulated, but there will be time to time when some of it will be confidential and not all of it will be able to be disclosed completely to the public.
Well, at this point, they're about to hold their third meeting, and neither the terms of reference or any agendas or minutes, even a summary, have been published. So would you be prepared to make that direction to ensure that the panel is publishing a summary, at least an agenda, so the public knows the topics, not necessarily the full considerations, but at least the direction that the panel is taking?
Yeah, absolutely, and that will be my expectation of not only the Hunter expert panel, but also the establishment of the other three that will be set up across the state. So definitely, Mr. Field, and I'll certainly take that matter on board, and I'll raise it, and I'll ensure that at least at a minimum there is a summary provided so that the community can understand exactly what the expert panel is dealing with and discussing. So that actually is some level of transparency being shown in relation to this matter.
I appreciate that, Minister. Thank you. I just wanted to now move to the Gorman North strategic release area. I think at this stage you're moving ahead with an operational release of that area. There have been concerns raised that an operational release for that size doesn't fulfil the requirements of the government's strategic release framework. Are you aware of those concerns, and what's your response to that?
So my understanding is, and I'll get Ms. Speedy in a moment to actually provide further comment. My understanding is that actually is the Narrabri coal project. My understanding is that it is actually under assessment at this point in time, but I just might go to Ms. Speedy and see if she can provide some additional information in relation to this matter.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Yes, Mr. Field, I can confirm that Narrabri Coal has recently submitted 2 exploration licences applications for operational allocation, which are, adjacent to the Narrabri coal mine. This, as I mentioned, is under the operational allocation framework, which is different to the strategic release framework, which is the Gorman North area that you referred to. So the Future of Coal statement has a number of areas identified for potential consideration for strategic release for a standalone mine, and as the Deputy Premier mentioned this morning, 3 of those areas will now be removed from the map. The Gorman North area is also an area identified for potential strategic release, but that strategic release framework runs alongside and is separate to the operational allocation framework, which is the exploration licence applications that have been received and are currently under assessment. And it's important to note that they're 2 quite different assessments and frameworks. The operational allocation framework is very limited. The applications must be adjacent to an existing mine. It's limited in terms of the size that can be applied for exploration, and it's limited in terms of its purpose. It's really to consider the extension of an existing operation or an improved mine design. And so it's quite different to the strategic release framework, which is about considering a larger area that would be for a standalone mine.
Thank you, Ms. Beattie. I think that is one of the concerns, that the operational release applications are in excess of the size that would meet the requirements of an operational release, and instead it should have been considered under the strategic release framework and go through the full PREA process. Is it the case that the size of the application is in excess of what should be considered under operational release?
Yeah, look, I am aware that there have been concerns about that. At this stage, the department's view is that the applications that have been received are consistent with the operational allocation guidelines. There are 2 applications that have been received, and each of those is linked to a separate title. One of them is linked to the mining lease, the other one is linked to an existing exploration lease, and our understanding at this stage of the assessment, noting that the applications are under assessment, are that they are within the size requirements in the guidelines, which is that it can be no greater than 33% of the existing titles. In terms of the Gorman North area, I might just add that the process for operational allocation includes testing the market interest for those areas, and in the case of these applications, because they do sit over the Gorman North strategic release area, the market interest test that is available at the moment is being undertaken for the whole of the Gorman North area, and that process is underway and will close in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so these 2 processes are running concurrently, effectively. Am I right in understanding that?
Well, there's only one process, which is the assessment of the applications that have been submitted under the operational allocation framework, but the frameworks do exist concurrently, strategic release and operational allocation, and there are no plans to look at the Gorman North area and releasing that at this point, but because the operational allocation applications have been received at this point, we're doing the market interest test over the larger area.
Would you expect that if the operational release was approved, it would effectively then rule out the ability for further release in Gorman North, because it had, a standalone mine then on that, much reduced area would be unviable, or no calls being made about that?
Yeah, look, that's possible. At the moment, we need to assess the applications, and the market interest test will really give us quite a clear indication about whether there is interest in that larger area. So that process is underway at the moment and is open for another couple of weeks.
If there was interest in a larger area, but that interest depended on not losing access to those areas where there's operational release applications from Whitehaven, would that be a consideration? You potentially would then not approve an operational release, but would open up, the full process?
Yeah, potentially. So the interest, the market interest test is open at the moment, and if there was market interest received, and the market interest was from suitably suitable interested parties, the government would then need to make a decision about the next steps.
Just on that point about the size, I mean, I think we should be able to make a pretty clear determination as to whether or not it fits the size considerations. We know the hectares of each of the proposals and the hectares of the existing mining licence area. My understanding is that combined it's up at 70%, but even one of those exploration licence applications is in itself 33% of the existing mining licence. So it does seem like it is outside of the conditions or the criteria for being considered for operational release.
Look, the advice that I have is that the operational allocation applications are less than the required 33%. And I think the point here is that there's 2 applications that have been submitted and each one is linked to a separate title. So one of them is linked to the mining lease and the other one is linked to an existing exploration licence. And the advice that the department is giving me is that both of those applications are within the requirements of the guidelines.
It seems like some people are using different calculators.
But I also point out, Mr. Field, that as you would notice in a number of our areas, and you've seen this reflected as well, whilst in some cases we've ruled out areas for mining, there are situations whereby, and even today with Wilpinjong, being allowed, I've actually indicated to you that the map for the area being allocated is going to be a lot less. And that will be reflected in the maps as we go forward as well.
Ms. Boyd?
I appreciate that, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In April of last year, the coroner made some recommendations, 24 recommendations, as part of the inquest into the murders of Jack and Jennifer Edwards, all of which were supported in principle by the New South Wales Police. I note that there was the announcement yesterday of the review into the firearm registry's processes around the licensing of firearms. Will that review consider those coroner's recommendations as sort of part of that process?
First of all, let me just this is more about the operations of the firearms registry itself. So this is about looking at practices that are undertaken at the firearms registry. As I said, there have been a number of changes that have been made that have actually worked. Can we do it differently? That's exactly what the McKechnie review is going to be undertaken over the next 3 months. This will, again, as I said, look at whether we can streamline it. It'll be looking at our IT systems. It'll be actually looking at, what controls and safeguards are also in place when handling sensitive information. In relation to the coronial inquest, that is outside of the terms of reference that have been put forward for the McKechnie review into the firearms registry. But in relation to that, I might just see if the Commissioner has some comments to make in relation to those recommendations that were made at the time.
Thank you, Minister. As you mentioned, there were a number of recommendations made, 24 in fact, relating to that very tragic, the deaths of those 2 children at the hands of their father. The recommendations for police related around operations, training and resources, which have already been or are being implemented, as reported and reporting back to the coroner. There's been a discussion already around the firearms registry and the improvements made there, including the improvements in the IT. And we've been engaging with the family court in relation to better enable us to share information where there are family law court orders, etc., to be passed on to the registry. Some additional training for the registry staff around adjudication and decision making. And the first of those training sessions were held in May last year and they continue. And we've established...
Sorry to cut you off because we might come back to this afternoon, but would it be perhaps easier if you could table on notice if you could provide on notice a list of the recommendations and then where we're up to, because I know that there are some in relation to the firearms, but then there are also a number in relation to domestic violence processes within the police force. But while we're on that, Commissioner Webb, I know that recently there was quite a shocking story put out by the ABC in relation to the numbers of police perpetrators of domestic violence who are still employed within the police force. And I note your comments at the time in relation to that. What is your plan going forward for dealing with that situation?
So in addition to my comments at that time, and there were 6 officers still employed in the organisation who'd been charged with domestic violence. 4 of those officers were charged, convicted with no conviction recorded. So that's I guess, problematic in terms of any consideration for their removal if there's no conviction recorded. And the 2 that are remaining, I've asked for further information, so I have full insight. And I did say at that time, and certainly have been at pains to talk about it at meetings with my senior executive around taking action as soon as we can if officers are charged with domestic violence, not waiting for the conclusion of court matters if the evidence is quite strong. So I've got a very strong position about it. I haven't had to adjudicate on a dismissal yet, but I certainly have a very strong position about it.
My understanding is that there are a higher number of sort of no convictions recorded against police officers because of the potential ramifications on their job. Is it your view that so long as the facts have been made out, that those sorts of serious domestic violence offences should lead to an officer losing their job?
Certainly, the requirement of the IRC and any decision I make around 181D removal is that I have to consider each matter on its merits, and there's plenty of case decision around that. So I must consider all the circumstances, but as I said, I certainly have a very strong view, so there'd want to be a compelling case why someone should remain if they've been charged and or convicted.
And do you have any powers to go back and look at those police officers who are currently still employed post that adjudication process?
I don't necessarily, because of the delegated officer at that time has made a decision on whatever those circumstances were. But I have asked for insight so I can actually look at the full circumstances to try and understand how we've arrived at that decision.
Another issue I've raised in estimates previously is in relation to the practice of police officers investigating fellow station officers' allegations. So basically, sorry, I'll rephrase that. So someone has come in and made a complaint, a domestic violence related complaint about a police officer, and then the ordinary practice, as I understand it, is that you can have police officers within that same station then investigating that matter. I understand it's perhaps up to the
delegate.
Yeah, so my question to you is, do you think that is a practice that should continue, and do you have any plans to change the way that is dealt with?
So there's 2 ways that it could be investigated. Serious matters could be referred to an external command or to professional standards command, but the process for an internal investigation for any matter, including a DV or assault or something else, in a local area command or district or command, is that the complaints management team, which includes the senior executive of that command, oversights the investigation from beginning to end. And officers that are allocated to investigate have to do, they're allocated, have to declare any conflict of interest, etc. And if that can't be managed, then that investigation has to be given to another officer. And that might mean that it's given to another command or a joining command or someone else.
But that's all at the discretion of the, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to get the position right, the delegate, who is the person within that station, is that correct? Or are they...
Which would be a commander.
Right. So
a very senior officer.
But within the person who is being accused, within their station, so someone that they know, presumably.
Possibly, depending on their length of service, etc. But the other thing is that all our complaints that go onto our system, IA Pro recording system, are available to and oversight by Professional Standards Command and LEC. So those documents go onto the system and will be recorded and are available to our oversight agencies. But certainly, we've invested over the years heavily in commanders and senior management team training, for complaint management team training. there's many processes of governance and gatekeeping to ensure that the command team oversights the investigation, and it's not merely up to the allocated investigator.
Given our emerging understanding of domestic abuse, particularly in relation to coercive control, given the circumstances in which a police officer is able to, I guess, engage perhaps more easily in systems abuse than some other accused, do you think that there is a case for treating domestic violence offences by police officers in a different way and having a more independent process to ensure that there is no potential for the perpetrator to, basically get a more favourable treatment?
As I said, serious matters can be referred to Professional Standards Command for oversight. I know other jurisdictions have set up their own specialist unit for internal DV offending. I think the cohort of citizens of New South Wales we need to look after is large, and let's get that a better handle on that before I tackle the police issue. But if I, in consultation with the Minister, and I need to look at that, I will. Certainly, there are qualified detectives and investigators at local area commands and at professional standards commands and other places that are skilled to do serious investigations. So it's, I believe that we've got the skill sets to do it. And like I said, for those 6 matters that I referred to, I haven't had the chance of reviewing those to.
One of the critical aspects of responding to domestic violence abuse and allowing victim survivors to come forward is faith in the police to actually be able to handle their matter sensitively and fairly. Don't you think that all the time we have processes within the police that can at least be perceived to favour police officers when they are DV perpetrators, that we need to make sure that those processes within the police are incredibly sort of robust and fair in order to then be dealing with that larger cohort across New South Wales?
Yeah, as I said, the way we manage our complaint system, very transparent, lots of governance around it. Officers need to fill in, complete an investigation plan, conflict of interest disclosures, so I'm comfortable that we have a lot of governance and process around that, and that officers who come forward, and whether it's a member of the public who's married to a police officer or it's another officer, they're dealt with, appropriately with the appropriate sensitivities.
All right, we have a few more minutes before government question time. So
Deputy Premier, clearly by the number of people you have present today, you've got some very important, in fact, in some cases extremely important portfolios for regional.
They're all important.
For New South Wales.
They're all important.
Yeah, for New South Wales. That's
Correct.
essentially what I'm saying. I'm just curious as to how you're managing the time between the important portfolio of police and the important portfolio of regional New South Wales, because clearly there's got to be some effort there to manage that. So how do you do that?
Well, mate, look, when I'm in city, I try and go and visit stations in the city when I'm actually based here. So, I've been out to Bass Hill, been to Surrey Hills. When I'm travelling into the regions for various things, I also ensure that I pop into police stations as well, like Deniliquin, Taree, Foster, Burke, Broken Hill, Deniliquin, the list goes on, because the thing is, not only am I there for regional New South Wales, but I'm also the police minister. It's about making sure that, I'm briefed across the portfolios, and I'm very fortunate that I've got 2 very good departments to be able to work with.
Yep.
A lot of stuff is operational in police, so it's about briefing, and I'll make sure that they are resourced and backed in each and every day. And for the people of regional New South Wales, I'll certainly ensure that, we are fighting for them. But let's not forget, there's a lot of similarities here with regional New South Wales and police. You've got police officers who are men and women in blue, but they are part of the community. They have kids that go to the schools. They are, people that actually play sport. I've played with quite a number of officers over the years that are actually been the local police officers in the town. So they are very much a part of our communities, and I want to make sure that again that we actually do that. So
So the briefings you receive from the 2 respective departments, how often are you looking? Is it like a weekly briefing? briefing in the police case? Is it like daily? Like how are you receiving your briefings?
Yeah, look, we definitely it's definitely weekly from both, but it might change. I mean, sometimes it might actually be a briefing, or it might even be a phone call as well. So they vary from week to week. So rest assured, Mr. Veach, I'm getting plenty of information.
I guess, yeah, well, but my issue here is these are both very important portfolios, and I guess we need to satisfy ourselves
Yeah, absolutely.
that you are actually across your brief.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that you're,
Absolutely.
because Regional New South Wales, which is, my good friend over here has got police, and he's obviously prosecuted a number of very important issues this morning. I've got Regional New South Wales, but there's also a number of really important issues there as well. Those weekly briefings, if something is elevated to more than a weekly briefing, what's the process within the department to do that?
Look, sometimes it'll be what activity may have occurred, overnight in relation to police. It might even be in relation to, an operation that's about to take place. In some of these cases as well, we can't actually talk about some of the information that's been undertaken because it's actually, if we're going to go out there and tell everyone about what's occurring, then basically we're alerting the criminals to know exactly what our movements are being. So, I think we've got to be very sensitive here as well about what those briefings are and what information is actually shared with the public. But again, on the other flip side too, Regional New South Wales is pretty exciting at this point in time as well. Whilst there are challenges there, we also know that there are a lot of people that are moving into Regional New South Wales. I've been telling people for decades how great of a place it is, and all of a sudden some light bulb moments occurred during COVID that they've all decided they want to pack up, they want to move out in the regions, and they realise they can work from home, they can actually live there, they can invest, they can do business, and it creates a pretty good lifestyle now as well for people. So it is exciting, and as I said, it has a lot of synergies between the two of them as I travel around and work across the state.
Well, Minister, on that point, I'd like to ask you about during the Bega by-election, the Premier went down to Bega, and he did a sod turning on the Bega police station, and he turned the sod. What work has taken place other than the sod turning and putting up a fence around the site?
I'd have to come back to exactly where the status of that is, Mr. Secord, but there are a number of police stations across the state.
No, I'm asking about the Bega police station.
I know,
you went down there with much fanfare?
I know the one you're actually talking about, yes.
Yeah, and
I actually was, and I remember I spent a lot of time there with in the seat of Monero right next door.
I'm not asking about Monero, I'm asking about Bega police station.
Yeah, I'd have to...
Why don't you take it on notice?
Take it on notice, that's right.
I'd like to ask Commissioner Webb, have you updated yourself on the status of the Bega police station, and any construction work has actually begun?
I certainly am aware that the sod turn happened. There was an arrangement with the occupier of that land to lease back to maintain employment of that employer, and while we were gearing up ready to start construction. So again, I'll take it on notice how far construction is away, but that's certainly...
I think it was from the photograph that I have here of the sod turning, that it was a Ford dealership, I think, behind. Is that correct?
Or some sort of car yard, yeah.
One of your advisors behind is nodding. Is there a note that maybe she could provide to you to update us on that situation?
I'll be able to do it this afternoon.
No, I'd just like to know now. Minister, you made a big song and dance about your government. Your Premier made a big song and dance about the thing. It would be a cruel hoax on the community if all you did was turn the sod and nothing occurred. It would be a cruel hoax on the community.
I don't think that's... we're not into hoaxes. We're actually about delivery.
Chair, could I just inquire? I note that there's typically 15 minutes reserved for the government. Now, looking at the time...
We have come to the end of questioning. Thank you.
Oh, good little tactic there, Wesley.
Thank you.
Not a tactic. I just wanted to indicate to the Chair that, to Mr Beach's point, that the government's very much satisfied that the Deputy Premier has been over all of his portfolios and has very much indicated his extreme knowledge of all areas, and so we've got no questions at this time, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Fang. That's a good summary.
That was a long summary, Wes.
That's a good summary, Wes. Thank you. Thank you.
I could have made it an 11-minute summary if you really wanted, but I didn't.
No, we don't. We really need to go to lunch. Thank you, Mr. Toole. We will now break for our lunch break, and if you'd like to return after lunch at 2 o'clock, we'd be certainly welcome you.
We look forward to
I got a few more slide turnings I want to ask you about.
That's it. Look forward to seeing you back.
We'll call it a day. Call it a morning, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
2 o'clock? Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Deputy Commissioner Hudson, you might recall on a previous occasion I asked you some questions about an operation conducted by the Fixated Persons Unit involving the arrest of Mr Christo Lanka. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you'll be aware that that matter ultimately was withdrawn by the police, and the police had to pay fixed costs in the order of about $12,000?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Are you also aware on the 16th of March in another estimates hearing, I tabled some video footage of a court proceeding, another case brought by the Fixated Persons Unit, which appeared to show an officer potentially coaching witnesses while they were giving evidence in the witness box and awaiting to give their evidence?
Yes, sir, I did see that.
Are those matters under investigation, to your knowledge, either by the Professional Standards Command or by the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission?
Sir, they're currently under investigation by the Professional Standards Command under Strike Force Lysiana. The issues they're investigating relate to a number of criminal allegations in relation to perjury and interfering with a witness.
Okay. When was that strike force established?
I became aware of the video, I think the day after or the day of the estimates hearing. I spoke to Mr Walton, the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Commander, and suggested to him that it be initiated that day. He contacted the Commander of Professional Standards, and my understanding it was initiated that day.
Okay. And these are, whatever the outcome, these are serious matters and worthy of investigation?
The way it's been approached, they are criminal allegations, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Given that it's an ongoing investigation, I won't press you further, but could I ask this question? Does that strike force and that investigation extend to the conduct of either the unit or that particular officer in relation to the aborted prosecution of Mr Lanka?
No, sir, it does not. It's specific to that video and the circumstances surrounding that matter, which I think were in 2018.
Okay. In relation to that earlier aborted prosecution of Mr Lanka, is that a matter, given how that matter ended up, with the police withdrawing the prosecution, the publicity, the appearance that the police were being deployed against a critic of the government, of the Deputy Premier and the then Deputy Premier, is that something that you will get across as to how this matter was brought forward and whether there was a sound basis for it?
My understanding is, sir, that it was viewed by the investigator as a component of an escalating series of events by Mr Lanka and Mr Shanks. I think I've said previously that the process wasn't followed in a previous estimates hearing, and I questioned that at the time and provided advice back to the command that I wanted to ensure that the process as signed off by the executive was followed in the future. My advice at the time was, even though the process wasn't followed, of referral to the Fixated Threat Assessment Committee before allocation, that the outcome would have been the same, and that advice came from counter-terrorism and also police prosecutions. On the basis of that, the matter proceeded up until a point when Mr Shanks there was some process initiated for contempt in relation to some videos that Mr Shanks posted by the Fixated Persons Unit and the Police Prosecutions Command. I questioned that when I became aware of it. There was some criticism in relation to the process, and it was adjourned for a later date. And I asked, well, we needed to get Crown Solicitor advice in relation to that matter, the Shanks matter, for contempt. And I also directed Scott Cook and Mark Walton to get independent advice in relation to the Lanka matter.
I think this was a matter that was also canvassed at a previous estimates hearing, including the basis upon which that suppression order was sought.
Yes.
And I think at the time I expressed the view that it seemed to be pretty thin. I think that was the legal advice you got, wasn't it?
The legal advice we obtained was more or less that, yes.
Okay. But given that the original matter, the prosecution against Mr. Lanka, had to be abandoned by the police in such, public terms, aren't you concerned about whether or not the police force proceeded appropriately on that occasion?
My viewing of it, sir, is that I don't think there was any corruption involved. I don't think there was any. I think there were mistakes made by the investigator, and without any way condoning the behaviour that caused it to happen, by Christo Lanka, I think the investigator thought it was a component of something that was escalating, that was we were already seeking legal advice on. This was the last straw in relation to that escalating series of events in relation to this group and Mr. Barilaro. So I don't think there was corruption involved, but I think in hindsight I would have preferred it to follow the appropriate process, as I've already indicated, as soon as the arrest was made, to the Counter-Terrorism Command. I think the legal advice we obtained, and there's still a thought within both prosecutions and counter-terrorism that the matter could have proceeded to hearing. However, the senior prosecutor we had reviewed the matter, identified that we would have trouble proving intent in the charge that was preferred. And on that basis, the matter was withdrawn.
In the light of your current investigation into the person who I think was the investigating officer in the Lanka matter, that's correct, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
And that doesn't cause you to have some concerns about that first investigation?
I've seen the video that was posted and played at budget estimates. There's a few questions in my mind in relation to whether the video has been modified in any way, or I'm not sure. That'll be part of the investigation that plays out.
Shortened, I think.
So, I think that's reasonable. When a video is played and we don't know, the true sources of it. So I think I really need to see the outcome of that investigation.
Sure. You'll have access to the full court CCTV.
The last advice I got was that we were still in consultation with the Sheriff's Office to get that.
Okay. Okay, well, I might put a pin in this conversation and perhaps ask Commissioner Webb. The Legislative Council passed a call for papers asking for all the information or the documents relating to the establishment and operation of Strike Force I think I'm pronouncing it correctly, Wyargan. Very little was actually produced to the Legislative Council. Is that because the police, on legal advice, took the view that these matters fell within the administration of justice? Is anybody here able to answer that question?
Can you enlighten there?
I've got about 1 million Strike Force names in my head. So if you could actually clarify what the matter was.
Well, Strike Force Wyargan was apparently to investigate Mr. Shanks and Mr. Lanka for I don't know what. So are you aware of that, Strike Force?
It would be the Fixated Persons Unit investigation.
Okay, so that would be that one. So how is a Strike Force established? What are the mechanics?
Depending upon the resources deployed to a particular matter, within, it's normally within the State Crime Command or the Counter-Terrorism Command. Strike Forces are created on the current investigation management platform that we call Eagle Eye, so that all documents and all records can be captured in that IT system.
Mm-hmm.
And as part of that process, a Strike Force name is allocated.
Okay. In relation to this particular Strike Force, and if you can't say, obviously you can take questions on notice, what were the resources allocated to this? How many officers?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Totally. I think the team is 5 detectives, but with Detective Sergeant McQueen in charge, but I will take that on notice.
Okay. Were you aware whether or not ministers or the police minister of the time was briefed about the existence of that strike force? Or are these things usually not briefed to the minister?
I would be surprised, sir, because I didn't know about it.
Okay. Again, happy for you to take it on notice. Do you know whether or not the strike force engaged in any in-person surveillance or phone tapping?
I don't know, but not that I'm aware of. I would be surprised.
Okay. If you could take that on notice.
Yes.
Was the former police commissioner aware of it? Was the commissioner of the time aware of all strike forces, and this one in particular?
Before the point of charge?
At any point?
He would have been aware, as I became aware at the time, that the charges against Christo Lanka were preferred.
Okay, so...
Prior to that, I'm unsure. I would be surprised.
So approval of strike forces are at, what, Deputy Commissioner level or lower than that?
Approval of strike forces, normally at Superintendent level.
Okay. Okay, so I guess Commissioner, I'm happy for you to take this on notice about the reasons why very few documents relating to the strike force were returned to the Legislative Council. If you could take that on notice, that would be approved. That would be very much appreciated. I'll put a pin in this conversation and move on to a different topic, and I'll start with you, Commissioner. Commissioner, are you or any of the officers with you aware of Strike Force Wigan?
I've heard of it, but it predates me, so I don't know whether Mr Hudson can answer any questions about that, or I can take that on notice.
Okay, can anyone here tell us what Strike Force Wigan was about, or is about?
I certainly can, sir.
Please.
It was about me.
It was about you?
It was about me. It's an historical professional standards investigation, which came out of an environment of quite extreme conflict within the police executive offices about 8 or 9 years ago. Made certain allegations about me, which were fully investigated with no misconduct identified.
Okay. I'm not going to ask any questions about you. Was any other officer the subject of that strike force?
Just me.
Just you. All right. Those are my questions on police. I've got some others, but I'm happy to.
Thank you very much. I hope memory serves me correctly. Deputy Commissioner Hudson, this morning you mentioned that there were 11 homicides in relation to gang-on-gang violence in Western Sydney. Is that correct?
That was my evidence, yes, sir.
Yes. What was those 11 homicides over what period?
I think they began the end of 2020.
And this includes the homicide, last week?
Yes.
So 11. And what is the status of the investigation of those 11?
I think 5 of them are currently, they're all at varying stages of investigation.
I'm sorry, sir.
They're all at varying stages.
At varying stages.
Charges have been preferred in a number of them. And I think 5 are being investigated by Homicide Squad. I think 6 by the Criminal Group Squad at State Crime Command. Have all been taken over by State Crime Command. But they are at varying stages of investigation.
And just to get this accurate, so 5 have involved charges being laid?
5 are being investigated by homicide. I think many of those task forces have charges laid within them, not for the actual homicide. Obviously, we're dealing with, I think all of them have had charges preferred against individuals under those strike force names for possession of weapons, drug supply, a number of other criminal matters. But I think 3 of them have, I'll have to take it on notice, 3 of them have actually been cleared by a charge.
Okay. If you could take on notice, of the 11 homicides, how many involved, without going into specific details, giving a number of how many involved charges involving the homicides?
specific to the homicide.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So do you think there can be a point where, I guess, what would be the resolution? How would a resolution of this gang upon gang, will there ever be a resolution?
So we're working towards a resolution, which I can't go into for obvious reasons in relation to investigations, but I think to resolve the matter we need to remove the cause of the conflict, and that's illicit drugs.
Illicit drugs. Is it a territorial market dispute?
Largely.
Largely, right. So by removing it or resolving it, are you talking about the removal of the drugs, or are you talking about the removal of the individuals?
We have ongoing investigations in relation to all those homicides that you referred to, the 11. Plus we have Operation Hawk, which I think the Commissioner referred to earlier today, which piggybacks the proactive operations around those homicides that are being conducted for the suppression. I think it'd be inappropriate if I actually articulated what's currently underway, but we have significant operational activity underway every day.
Okay. Commissioner Webb, these questions will probably be taken on notice, or if you have information at hand. So this morning you would be aware I asked about the Bega police station. What is the status of the Goulburn police station being built at the Academy, and when will it start operating?
So I'll answer the bigger question because I've got that information.
Oh,
So
thank
the
you.
tenants that were permitted to stay because of employment in the town are vacated, and construction is about to commence in 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
The Goulburn, similarly for Jindabyne, Goulburn is currently through the planning process, planning and design and approval, development application approval process.
And what is the targeted operational date?
I'll take that one on notice.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the Jindabyne one. That's on my list. First sod was turned in Jindabyne. I think it was on the same visit as the Bega visit. So when will that police station begin operating? This is Jindabyne.
Yeah. 2023, as I understand, but I can firm up those numbers, the dates.
Now, similar question on the Singleton police station.
Yep. Singleton, I'll take that one on notice.
Okay. And a commitment was made in 2007, 2019 reaffirmed, to have a 24/7 police station at Murwillumbah. What is the status of making Murwillumbah police station a 24/7 police station?
Okay, so just to go to Goulburn, due for completion December 23.
Thank you.
Jindabyne, due for completion in June 2023. And I don't have a date, a position on Mullumbimby or Murwillumbah, as you asked. So I'll take that one on notice.
Thank you. And if you could also tell me about the Gunnedah police station. I guess what are the plans to have 24-hour policing at Gunnedah?
I'll take that one on notice.
Can I take you to, so this morning there were questions about Category D, what's the...
Firearms.
I know, but, is that, okay, yeah.
That's the issue around of a kind. I think the Deputy Premier spoke to that commitment from government.
Yeah.
Okay, I was out of the room.
Have you got more questions?
Oh, no, I do have more questions on it, but I don't want to repeat questions if I was out of the room. But I guess what is the timetable for, I understand that changes are being mooted involving, and what are those changes and what is the timetable? Sorry, Robert, I was out of the room during that.
Without speaking for the DP, I think he said that it was very shortly, that he was bringing it before.
I think he said it was imminent.
And going to the upper house where he was looking for support. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, Adam, jump in.
I was just going to say, Crime Commissioner.
Hi.
In your annual report at page 52, you refer to proposals for legislative change that have been discussed with government. I know on a number of occasions your predecessor had briefed the Oversight Committee on those matters. Are you able to update the committee on any recent discussions you've had and what the results of those have been?
Yes, the changes that came out of the statutory review were eight in number. They were all accepted by the government and they are moving towards implementation. The most significant from the Crime Commission's perspective is the creation of a regime for administrative forfeiture of the proceeds of crime, so that an asset, most typically a large amount of money, is found. Everyone in the vicinity runs in opposite directions. Currently, we would still have to bring an application to the Supreme Court and get an order to forfeit it. Under the administrative forfeiture arrangement, we would need to advise anyone who might reasonably have a claim to it, and if they don't respond, then the money can be forfeited. That is the outstanding matter that's still being worked through, because there are a number of different models and a number of different safeguards that need to be put in place to ensure that doesn't unfairly disadvantage those who might not know of a seizure or something to that effect. Otherwise, the recommendations have been accepted and are moving towards implementation.
And by that you mean legislation?
Yes, I understand so.
Okay, I'll come back to that.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Perhaps to Mr. White, I think, through you, Commissioner. Is it true that the Firearms Registry has ceased issuing work authority permits to businesses involving the handling and use of firearms? In talking with small business owners like vertebrate pest controllers and licensed firearms dealers, we seem to be getting that feedback.
So no, they're actually called employee authority permits. I think it's allowing an employer to use a class of kind of weapon.
Yep, that's it.
We have issued a number. There have been a couple that there was delays on. Predominantly any delay has been in regards to the to and fro of correspondence between the employer and the registry. So they are still issuing them, absolutely.
Okay, can you tell me what the reason for the 9-month delay in issuing employee authority permits for the Shawmac Industries for its 3 employees in February, June and November 2021?
Yes, sir. My understanding is that this matter relates to an application by Mr. Dan Shaw. The application required additional information. This was not produced originally in the applied for permits. There's also a number of other circumstances in relation to information sharing that led to these delays in approving these permits.
On the 22nd of March 2022, Illawarra Feral Animal Control sent an email to the registry requesting assistance for obtaining a employee authority permit for an employee to use a prohibited weapon, in this case a silencer. He received an automated response referring him to all manner of issues, but nothing regarding what he had asked for. He sent another email on the 31st of March 2022 and received the same automated, non-helpful response. Given that this is a small business owner who relies on timely advice from the registry to keep his business running, what is he to do to get assistance he requires? I mean, how do you actually get onto someone or get a response from someone?
Yeah, look, I'll take that on notice, sir, if I may, to delve into it, because I agree that, customer service is a priority for us, and especially those people that are being held up on adjudication or issuing permits that require them for employment, and we certainly are prioritising that as part of our day-to-day business. So I'll look into the specific circumstances of this one on notice.
Thank you. Can you update, can I have an update on what's happening with the Firearms Registry Consultative Council, please?
Yes, look, sir, if this is sufficient, otherwise I will get further detail on notice. The Firearms Consultative Council has been formed. It's met twice, I believe, April and September last year. That's my information. It's continuing to meet. I've started to go around and meet with the individual members of the council in the 2 weeks that I've been in the role. I've already met with 2 of them, and it will be an ongoing consultative body that will assist in myself taking a full briefing to the Commissioner on issues pertaining to the management or the administration of the Firearms Act.
Thank you. My understanding is that all police employees have to make a conflict of interest declaration every year. Is this correct, Commissioner? No, not correct?
Not all employees. They're asked to make a declaration if they need to make one. The senior executive members of the organisation need to declare annually.
So does that requirement deal with employees at the Firearms Registry?
if there's employers at the Firearms Registry, they're not at senior executive service, they would make their own nominations or declarations as required.
So they don't have a requirement to make a declaration of conflict of interest?
The policy
they have
around...
a voluntary one, is that what you're saying?
Well, the conflict of interest, declaration of conflict of interest is upon the individual to make the declaration, rather than the organisation actually checking the homework. And whether there's a different process in place for the Firearms Registry, but there's a different process for senior executive.
Maybe, Mr White, you could take that on notice. I mean, we've had an ongoing issue with certain, what we believe are certain employees at the registry who are demonstrating anti-firearms, anti-hunting, anti-shooting sentiments, and these people have been acting as adjudicators in the past. Now, I'm not going to quote any names, but I think people with those sorts of sentiments should not be employed at the registry at all if the registry is going to offer fair and proper service to the customers of the registry. What else is there? Oh, yeah. Can you explain to me the role of principal strategy and policy manager at the Firearms Registry? Again, probably to you, Mr White, after 2 weeks you should be across all of this.
I won't be able to provide it verbatim, but I certainly will on notice, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave that question then for you to answer on notice. Thank you. Ms Boyd?
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions for you, Ms Beattie, if I may. Just picking up on some of the questions that Mr Field was asking earlier in relation to the expert panel overseeing the Hunter Region's diversification away from coal. I know that there was some discussion about the transparency over their proceedings, but I'm also interested in, at the time that these people were appointed to the panel, is there a fit and proper person test conducted?
So I might kick that off because it actually doesn't sit in Georgina's area. So firstly, the Hunter expert panel is an interim panel, and the reason for that is that we can't confer status to that until the legislation passes through the upper house. But Mr Hanger, who looks after regional development and has been working on transition arrangements from one economic reality to another, might be able to provide some additional advice.
Yeah, thank you.
So that panel is meant to be representative of the community in the Hunter, so it draws from a range of different community groups that have interests in what is occurring in the Hunter. So.
And is there a fit and proper person test applied to the applicants for that panel? So have the people on that panel passed some sort of fit and proper test?
They were reviewed by the department and recommendations were put up to the Deputy Premier.
If there was a person who had been subject to an ICAC investigation and it had adverse findings made against them, would they be allowed to sit on the panel?
I'm not aware of anyone that meets that criteria, but if you've got those details,
perhaps you could take it on a notice to have a look. My understanding is there is one person, out of fairness, I won't name them right here, but if there is, I have been informed and I have done my own research to find that a person is sitting on that panel with adverse findings having been made against her by ICAC.
Okay, I'll investigate and come back.
Thank you. If I could, now this one maybe is for you, Ms Beattie, but just we'll see how we go. Just again, picking up on some of the questions that Mr Field was asking about the Gorman North area. Understand that Whitehaven Coal had to go through a process to be allowed to apply for the operational allocation exploration licence. But Whitehaven Coal has been prosecuted in recent years by at least 3 different government agencies for a range of environmental offences. What is the threshold for the department to reconsider whether a company is still fit to hold a mining title in New South Wales?
Thank you, Ms Boyd. That one is for me. Look, as we talked about this morning, the 2 operational allocation applications that are with the department are currently under assessment. As part of that assessment, the department looks at the previous record of the proposed applicant, and that is considered along with all of the other criteria as part of the operational allocation guidelines.
Okay, so it's at that point of the process. And is there any sort of hard, I guess, guidelines in relation to just how, I guess, bad a company needs to be before it's just not allowed to do, not allowed to hold a mining licence again? Is there, or is it discretionary based on?
It is discretionary, so we take advice from the resources regulator. There are a number of different parts of the department that provide input to the assessment of those applications, and they are looked at on a case-by-case basis. But the previous history of an applicant is always taken into account.
Thank you. In the budget update, there was an announcement of $110 million over 10 years for the Legacy Mine program. Are you able to tell me how much of that money has been allocated so far?
If you'll just bear with me a second, please. Yes, so in the budget there was $107.7 million allocated over 10 years, and the work that the department has been doing since then has been working out a program to remediate the highest risk sites, and there are 10 sites that have been identified as part of that new budget allocation. And I should add that the Legacy Mine program tracks over 600 legacy and abandoned mine sites, and this new money is significant to allow us to focus on the highest risk sites, both for safety and for environmental risks. So there's, of that 107 million, there's 47.7 million over the first 4 years. And then in terms of the works, we've currently been undertaking works at the Ottery mine site, and that those works concluded in March this year. And I'm just trying to find, I might have to take on notice and come back. It's here somewhere, the exact answer of the amount, so I might just find that and come back.
Thank you, that would be very useful. And if you could tell us the list of the 10 sites that have been identified as being the most urgent for rehabilitation.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back now to, if I could go to you, Commissioner Webb, in relation to the anti-protest laws that were passed at the end of the last sitting week. I did ask the Minister, but I will ask you, were you personally consulted during the drafting of that bill and how it might apply from an operational perspective?
I had some conversation with the Deputy Premier about it. Obviously, it moved very quickly at that time, so I'd have to take on notice whether there's actually written correspondence, but certainly I had a conversation with him in the lead up to that going before Parliament.
Once that had passed, once the laws had come into place and we had the regulations passed in order to give it full effect, what happened internally within the police force in terms of briefing people and making sure that officers knew what the new laws meant?
I'll take that on advice just to make sure.
Thank you. I understand that there are some parts of that legislation which are potentially unclear, and that understanding is based on the responses from the Attorney-General during the debate. The main area where there was some concern was over the interpretation of the need to get police approval before you could, basically in order to protect yourself from the consequences of that new bill, new offence, and how that overlapped with the process now with putting a form into the police to notify that you're doing a protest. And I think that the The Attorney General expressed that he was not 100% sure on that, is my recollection. But the majority of the lawyers I've spoken to have said they believe that the need for express approval from the police sort of trumps that form in this respect. Is that your interpretation?
I will take that on notice. My understanding is that the Form 1 process is still a requirement, and the new Act gives more effect to the punishment for breaching, the form or not submitting a form, etc. But I don't want to mislead you, so let me
that's okay.
take
And
that.
the question really is, if you've gone through the usual process of putting your form in, whether that gives you protection under or from the consequences of the bill, given that the legislation itself refers to the need for express approval rather than just having notified. That would be great if you could come back on notice. And I have also heard from a number of people who have been organising these sorts of protests that there is there has been some confusion from some police officers as to what these laws actually mean, with some unusual responses in relation to wanting to limit numbers of people or locations, etc., that isn't necessarily everybody's interpretation of the laws. So, yes, if you could come back with information on that, that would be fantastic. Are you able to tell me how many people have been charged under the new laws?
No, I'll take that on notice.
And also what their sentence has been. And if you could tell me also how many people were charged during those violent anti-lockdown protests back in, I think it was the 24th of July. I think we will remember the police horse being struck.
Last year?
Yes. If you could let me know how many people were charged during that and what their sentence was, that would be very useful.
Opposition?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Hudson, turning briefly back to Operation Wigan, my understanding is that it was established to investigate 17 officers, not just one. So I'll ask my questions to Commissioner Webb, and if no one here can answer them, I'm happy for them to be taken on notice. So my questions are, why was it established? What did it investigate? What findings were made? And has there been any efforts by police, by New South Wales Police, to prevent any stories about Strike Force Wigan being discussed in the media, in particular whether any arrangement has been reached with any media organisation to not publish any articles about the matter? I'm happy for them to be taken on notice. Mr Barnes, Mr Withenden, I just wanted to ask some questions about the North Coast Reconstruction Commission. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you indicated that in the current financial year it's got a budget of $1 million and then it will have a budget of $10 million in the next financial year. That's correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
How many staff does it have and will it have?
Yeah.
So you start, David, and I'll chip in. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, well, it doesn't come into formation until the 1st of July, but it's got public works staff that are sort of working in what we refer to as the Infrastructure Coordination Office. So that's sort of got that line of sight across state government, local government, in terms of all the reconstruction projects. So you look at transport infrastructure, health, education and so on, as well as local government. So at the moment, I think there's probably between about 6 to 8 staff working on that at the moment. Once we set the corporation up, they all sort of move across and be part of that. So be part of the corporation, although employees of Department of Regional New South Wales. We're yet to finalise the structure of the corporation, but indicatively, I'd expect around 30, probably no more than 35. And, people, we may well embed people in there from other agencies for pieces of work, such as Infrastructure, New South Wales, similarly from planning, and, expect that, a lot of what we do will be buying sort of expert advice through private sector consultancies and so on as well for things like hydrology, flood modelling, risk assessments. So.
Okay, so it sounds like, just tell me if my understanding is wrong. It sounds like partly it's a sort of coordinating whole of government response to the North Coast disaster, but also driving a lot of the recovery, that is the reconstruction, the rehabilitation and the reconstruction of the infrastructure. Is that
Yeah,
is that
so
correct
there's the two parts to it. One's that coordination piece for a whole lot of work that's happening already at the moment. There's been various sort of funding packages rolled out through ERC. So if you look at the flood property assessment program, where it's an opt-in program where home and small business owners can get a full structural assessment done of their property, give them a scope of works as to whether it can be recovered, and then gives them the opportunity, similar to what happened in following the bushfires, to sort of have that demolished as well. So that's an example of work that's already underway, but will be overseen by the corporation through the Infrastructure Coordination Office. Similarly, in terms of recovery of water and sewer systems, landslips, bridge repairs, all that sort of stuff. But the key component that'll sort of follow on will be after the outcomes of the independent flood inquiry.
Yes.
So the recommendations there will really drive what happens.
That'll be your charter, you think?
Yeah, well that will set around all those sort of land use planning issues, and I think, it's highly likely that we'll, as an outcome of that, we'll identify places there where we say from a risk point of view, risk to sort of life and limb there, that people, should no longer live there, and, we can countenance things like land swaps and so on. So there'll be that really key coordination role for the corporation in terms of, working across the 7 LGAs that covers, and then coordinating across the other parts of government planning and so on. And, there'd be the ability for the corporation, as sort of other growth centre corporations have, to acquire and develop land as part of that.
Mr. Witherden, can I take you up on that? Now, there has been discussion of land swapping up in Lismore. Now, I understand that in other jurisdictions, that when there was when this was floated, that there was land speculation and people inflating the price of the land in the areas that were going to be swapped. So, what discussions have you had already, and have you had any consideration of what protections they put in place to involve carpetbaggers, speculators from taking over?
Yeah, look, I think that is a valid concern in terms of early engagement. Certainly you've had that with Professor Mary O'Kane in terms of the work she's doing. We've established contact there with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and we're sort of looking to visit them with Professor Mary O'Kane later this month, and because they've been through, I think, Grantham in 2011 is a great example of that. So we're really keen to get up there, and they're willing sort of those shared learnings, so we can leverage off them and adopt them into the work that the corporation takes forward. But I think we don't have a clear pathway at the moment. That will become clearer as we get sort of those preliminary recommendations at the end of June, and everything is on the table, as sort of the Premier said when he announced this. So we don't want to rule anything in or out, and there's some really complex and challenging issues around this. So.
Now, where does Resilience New South Wales and Shane Fitzsimons, where does he fit in with you guys?
I might answer that one.
Maybe.
Yeah, so Resilience New South Wales at the moment through the Commissioner is undertaking the chairing of the statewide recovery committee. I've got a couple of people, including Chris Hanger, that sits on that committee, that look at industry recovery, but there's agriculture recovery on there as well, and Scott Anson.
Okay, but I'm interested in Shane and Resilience New South Wales.
Shane,
are they doing anything?
Shane is coordinating that statewide committee, and there's a housing task force that's getting the the pods up there and purchasing temporary housing. So that committee is very important. And then there's a Deputy Commissioner Mel Lanyon has been seconded by Resilience New South Wales, and Mel is on the ground dealing with the day-to-day immediate issues of recovery in the Northern Rivers. And so Resilience and their role, once all the recovery packages have been resolved, will eventually step out, and the longer-term build-back will be taken over by the new corporation. And we expect, once we get Professor O'Kane's report, that we'll bring forward a new policy proposal for consideration. If not, it will be very early in the new financial year. And but that as David said, we've got a power of work we've got to do right now through Public Works, and that will be then blended into the work of the new corporation. And look, last time, 2017 floods, and Janelle Saffin will tell you, our team worked with the council up at the Tweed to do land swaps at Murwillumbah to incentivise businesses to move out of the floodplain and to relocate up into an industrial park that we provided the trunk services for. So it is something that we're sort of alive to and used to engaging in.
Mr. Barnes or Mr. Witherden, so if there's going to be, if one of the options is land swaps, so what will happen to South Lismore if in fact you do a land swap? What will be there? Just vacant, vacant land, or
we'll not need to put the cart before the horse and listen carefully to what Professor O'Kane is going to bring back. She's actually in the Northern Rivers last night at a public meeting. And I'm catching up with Janelle, and Dave and I are catching up with her on Monday. We're listening to local members, we're listening to the LGAs, we're listening to the community groups themselves. We want them to be part of this solution, not a bunch of folks sitting in Sydney saying this is what's good for you. Mm-hmm. So it would be improper for us to speculate at the moment.
Okay. Deputy Commissioner Hudson, I'd like to return to some questions I've asked at previous estimates. And you'd be familiar with extreme right-wing religious extremists and things like that, and terrorist groups. And last year, the federal government fully listed Hezbollah and listed Hamas, two organizations in the Middle East. So what has been the federal listing of those two bodies? What has been the impact, or what is the flow-on effect onto New South Wales policing? How does it engage into your field?
Pardon me, sir. It hasn't been significant. We haven't seen significant reaction to it. Obviously, Hamas and Hezbollah have supporters within New South Wales, but that hasn't transferred into. I guess
does that translate into an increased ability to track and surveil their followers in New South Wales?
We haven't seen that. We don't. They haven't been particularly problematic within New South Wales historically. Obviously, there are supporters, but it hasn't translated into any increased threat that we can see or any increased activity.
Okay. Commissioner Webb, so last year there was quite a bit of community debate. Police officers expressed concern about having to enforce the public health orders. What is the current status of our police now are continuing to enforce COVID public health orders, or has that fallen to the wayside?
That's fallen to the wayside, and we've returned to business as usual, back to policing as we normally would.
Now, when you say things are back to normal in that, there was data released from Boxar and other organizations showing that crime levels in New South Wales dropped during COVID. Certain categories.
Yep.
So what's happened in the area has, as you said, service regular return to normal, so to speak, unfortunately, to coin a phrase. So what has happened to crime levels, particularly in Western Sydney, Southwestern Sydney, and across New South Wales, now that COVID is still here, but we're carrying on as normal as we can?
Yeah. Most of the crime categories in the property violence space have gone down across all areas of New South Wales. There's been a steady increase in the domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse type responses, and most of the local area commands and police districts that I visit and talk to staff, that domestic violence, for a number of reasons, takes up quite a bit of police time. We respond to over 140,000 calls for service a year, which is around 400 matters per day across New South Wales. So there's plenty of work to do out there.
Now, what about reports of low-level theft, robbery, things like that, with the lifting of federal government support and state government support, that there's been an increase in low-level crime, robbery, theft, shoplifting, things like that?
I'd have to come back to you with the hard data. I haven't seen systemic, widespread change in those categories, but certainly can take that on notice, whether we're seeing it in particular areas.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner, earlier this year we heard in State Parliament that there were civil payments by New South Wales Police last year amounted to $32.9 million, and in the last 5 years, $148 million. What are those payments in relation to?
There's a number of different things that claims can be made in relation to, whether it's failed prosecution or a statement of claim for something that's occurred. Mm-hmm. And so the number of claims are going up. The cost per claim is not going up commensurate with that, but there's, it's something that we contend with.
Well, can you give me an example? So 32.9 million, that indicates that's quite a few claims made against New South Wales Police. Well, what would those be in relation to? Is that people being injured, or is that wrongful?
Could be wrongful arrest.
Wrongful arrest prosecutions.
Could be a number of things.
Yeah.
Failed prosecutions, as I say, or where a prosecution has fallen over for some reason, etc. So there are a number of issues. Mostly it has around some difficulties, not complying with Section 99 of LEPRA, etc., which has been changed to make the safeguards easier, etc., for officers. There's been a lot of work done in terms of, improving the person search manual and other things. So where there were systemic or areas of need for improvement, we've mitigated that.
So have any training programs or initiatives been put in place to assist police officers? Because if you're actually saying not a wrongful or a failed prosecution, or I'm not saying the person, in fact, may not be, innocent, mm-hmm. but it could actually be a bungled process and things like that. Right. So are there systems in place, training in place, education in place, so that officers are actually able to properly do their job?
That's right. And to that point, those areas that I mentioned, we've spent considerable time improving our practices and training and education around that, particularly in the area of face-to-face training for person searches, etc. That was an area of concern for us. Section 99 of LEPRA, and it's quite convoluted in terms of explaining the reason why someone is under arrest and the certain steps in that process. So there's been a number of things that we've done to improve that, and it will always be an ongoing piece of work. So where we identify trends, and that's the purpose of events that are submitted by officers, are checked and verified by supervisors, and where we can identify those issues before hopefully a statement of claim comes in. But if a statement of claim is lodged, then it automatically becomes a complaint, and we cause a review through that process.
Okay. Now, COVID and the Goulburn Police Training Academy.
COVID?
What has been the impact on the training of probationary constables, and what's the status of the training facility at the moment?
It's, having been there a couple of times, it remains almost a bubble. We were down there last week for attestation, and there's still masks, mandatory masks in place when you're indoors and outdoors on the facility. And the students that are students to become police officers basically, to this point, have been quarantined, so that they're basically cocooned away from the virus. We've had a couple of staff members have brought COVID in, but it hasn't spread widely.
Mm-hmm.
So we've preserved that, unlike other areas of New South Wales, to protect students.
What's the rationale behind that?
Just to make sure that we keep the students well and that they're engaged in that 4-month training process without interruptions to their learning.
So it's a complete bubble.
Has been.
And has that impacted on the training in any physical sense or involving outcomes?
They've just spent their time down there being trained with training staff equally in a bubble and precautions, mitigations in place so that they get the full range of training without interruptions. So I spoke to a number of students on Thursday and Friday who were attesting, hadn't seen their family for 4 months, but that was a commitment to make sure that they remained well and healthy and didn't have to drop out of a class and then come back. So that was the risk assessment that we'd undertaken to make sure that we protect that cohort.
And has it affected the ability to train or the numbers going through the facility?
We had 6 who weren't able to attest. They were in isolation, but they will be tested on Monday. So relatively, we've actually managed 202 students quite well with a concurrent class overlapping at the same time. So there's up to 400 students in the academy at one time, as well as other police officers in for learning.
And what about the instructors, people engaging in the training?
Yes.
It applies to them too.
Well, they don't live necessarily on campus, but they certainly have all the mandatory requirements plus sanitisers and face masks. So unlike the rest of the community where face masks aren't required, we're still using face masks at Goulburn.
Okay, thank you.
Ms Boyd, have you got any questions?
Just thank you, Chair. I will just ask a couple of additional questions of Commissioner Webb in relation to domestic violence. When we were talking before about the idea of having police basically investigate people within their own command who have been accused of domestic violence offences, could I clarify your evidence from then? Were you saying you didn't think that that was a thing that you needed to work on right now, or is it something that you are looking at?
To have a look at it if I need to, but I think the way we manage our complaints, as I explained before, through a senior complaints management team committee, and that's commander and the leaders of that command, to oversee investigations. So they actually direct and lead the investigation plan and case management around the investigation, particularly something of that nature. Part of any initiation of a complaint will necessitate the investigator being allocated, and part of that process is that the investigator needs to identify whether they have a conflict of interest in terms of any of the involved parties, whether it's the subject officer or witnesses or any other subject person involved in that matter. If that cannot be mitigated in terms of some of those controls, then the command would look to reallocate that investigation to another investigator to exclude that conflict. Now, whether that means going to some other officer in that command or a neighbouring command, a neighbouring region, or a referral to Professional Standards Command for their assistance, particularly if it's a serious matter.
Thank you. Last month, the New South Wales Auditor General released the report to Parliament in relation to the effectiveness of police responses to domestic and family violence. And on page 36 of that report, it reads, quote, "The New South Wales Police Force acknowledges that there can be a perceived or actual conflict of interest in managing complaints of domestic violence at the workplace of either party. To this end, it is in the process of reviewing the domestic violence standard operating procedures." It then goes on to say that there is that the New South Wales Police Force is currently considering a proposal to address two areas of concern, including the introduction of procedures to address the issue of who should investigate allegations of domestic violence against police officers or police employees. And in particular, it is proposed that command districts should not investigate matters involving subject officers and employees who are part of the same command district.
So we've agreed to review all of those recommendations that came out of that report, and that will form part of that. That work hasn't started yet.
Okay, so I guess from your response, though, I am concerned that this is now not going to necessarily happen, or it won't happen anytime soon.
Oh, it will.
Okay, so
we've committed, and I've certainly committed, and we've met as an executive team to, and I've named and listed my 5 priorities for the organisation moving forward, and domestic violence, including, all domestic violence, but if it includes members of my organisation as well, then we need to up our response to domestic violence. So part of that review and escalating our response to domestic violence will include the Audit Office review and its recommendations.
Okay, so you're not necessarily endorsing the recommendations, but you're saying that you will review the recommendations. Is that correct?
Well, I think, and I said this to the Auditor General herself, that I think the report gives us an opportunity to consider those things that she's recommended in that report. And, I think if I have the opportunity to review that and I can make improvements, I guess the thing in the metropolitan area, it's not so difficult, but I guess the concern in some of the regional areas, if I'm allocating a DV police investigation to a neighbouring command who might be 200 kilometres away, how do I manage my victim support, my victim care?
And that is also the situation in which the victim tends to be the most isolated and vulnerable as well. So it is something that needs to be addressed. I would argue even more so in those circumstances. In the response, in your response that you signed on the 24th of March to the Auditor General's report, you say that you accept the recommendations in the report. You note the time frame to implement the recommendations, and you say you will work towards implementing the recommendations within the time frame nominated. Does that mean that you will be working towards having a more independent process for investigating police?
Amongst the whole range of things in that DV space, but as we just discussed, that area, and I think domestic violence, like a lot of personal violence crimes, we need to consider the needs and wishes of the victim. And for me to say, oh well, it needs to go to a neighbouring command that's 200 kilometres away, and that's not considering the needs of the victim, I don't think that's appropriate. But I think I've certainly undertaken to take on the Audit Office report and review that, as well as any other opportunity for improvement in the space, and that's internal to the organisation or external.
And just to clarify, the recommendation is not that it be investigated by a different command district necessarily, just that it should not be done within the same district. So it could be a separate independent entity, or some other sort of unit, I guess. That
proximity and victim support, really. But yeah, I understand the point you're making.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Sorry, Ms. Boyd, I can answer your earlier question,
Thank you.
if that's okay.
Yes, please.
For the chair, or I can later.
Please, no, go ahead. Yeah, we're always looking for voluntary answers.
Just in relation to the Legacy Mines program, as I said, there's $47.7 million over the first 4 years, and they will focus on 10 projects that are at an advanced stage of planning. You asked what those projects were. They include projects at Lake George, Leadville, Cow Flat, McKinnon's, Mount Royal, Hebburn, Webb's Consul, and Temora and Ottery that I mentioned earlier. And it's the Ottery one that is the main works have been completed, and so it's almost finalised.
Excellent. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, and you asked one more question, which was I'm going to try and answer them all. The spend to date, and the program has spent $7.4 million as of April this year, and there's a number of works underway and planning for those other 10 sites, and we're expecting to get close to $10 million by the end of this financial year.
Excellent. Thank you.
I've got some questions, but I can't think of what they are. Can you give me some answers? Mr. Barnes, Commissioner?
Ms. Webb or Mr. Hudson, I was wondering if you could give us a bit of an update on what's the status of the Easter show stabbing? What's the status of the investigation? And I understand if you can't go into details, but what is the status of the community? I've had requests from the community wanting to know what's going on.
That area, that incident's awful, and it's a focus of the homicide squad in conjunction with that local area command. Homicide have sent out an appeal for additional information and any phone footage, any other footage that's available. And I'm not privy to or can't discuss where that's up to, but it's an ongoing, very much alive, ongoing investigation. I mean, hopefully we can see a resolution at some point. But given the crowds and the what's been said publicly about lack of cooperation of some witnesses,
do you find it frustrating that there's been a wall of silence?
Well, of course, particularly for a young cohort of people. But as I said, the homicide squad are working on it, and there's probably a lot of facets to that investigation that I can't discuss today. But Mr. Hudson, anything else you wish to add?
I'd probably use the frustration, sir, in relation to people not willing, who are, associated with the deceased, who are not willing to assist us. But we are working through that, and I'm quite confident we'll get to the line on it. But it's just going to take some time. It's one of those complex matters when you don't have witnesses forthcoming.
Ms. Webb, I'd like to get some comments from you on recent data has shown that there's been a spike in drug driving. In fact, it's actually surpassing drink driving in Mason. What's your response to that, and what strategies can be put in place? And do you feel any frustration or ways that you wish the government could respond to that, or the community?
I think I had the pleasure of leading the Traffic and Highway Patrol for 12 months, who basically owned the responsibility around that, although the drug testing kits were sent out to regions to enforce. It is quite startling to think that there are more drug drivers than drunk drivers, and some of the return rates are much higher than RBT rates. I think it was some places it's 1 in 10, and then RBT is like 1 in 250 or something. So there's certainly.
So what was again? What was the breakdown, the ratio?
Some areas it's like 1 in 10. So
1 in
1
10.
positive out of every 10. It could be even more narrow than that. And then RBT on average, I think, is 1 in 250 return rate. But it's certainly an area of concern because people are, driving impaired. Well, we assume impaired. There's a whole other section around what's illicit drugs versus impaired, because the RDT only tests for the 4 illicit drugs, not for all drug types, because then you need an opinion on every single test. But certainly for the 4 illicit drugs that we test for on RDT, random drug testing, it's concerning.
Well, this sort of leads me to a question about during COVID, there was quite a big spike in arrests and detection of cocaine in Waverley in Bondi. And what was the
probably?
I guess what was what has been the policing response to the spike in, I guess, the appearance of cocaine in Sydney's East?
I don't think it's new, sir. And I think the water testing shows that that's not new in that area. But the tasking and deployment model from the Traffic and Highway Patrol Command and others using RDT is one of the strategies, along with RBT, certainly has yielded high results.
Thank you. Mick or Adam?
Yep. Getting back to Mr. Barnes and Mr. Withenden about the North Coast Reconstruction Commission, At the moment, it's an arm or a part of regional New South Wales, and you're going to establish it as some kind of corporation under an existing piece of legislation.
Yep.
What powers or capacities will that confer on this body and its operations? And are you considering separate legislation for this specifically to make sure it has all the tools it might need?
So at the moment it's established, as I said, as per other development corporations under the Growth Centres Act, which I'll let David and or Rebecca Fox, who...
Because that will fit with some of its functions, but
Correct.
not others.
Yeah, and the issue around whether the corporation's fit for purpose in terms of the powers that it has, we'll have to wait and see what comes from the report that's going to be delivered. But certainly, certainly I believe that a combination of the powers that are afforded a development centre, a development corporation, such as capacity to acquire land and the like, along with some very good collegial work we've been doing at planning around the potential to create a SEP specifically to look at faster planning solutions in the 7 impacted LGAs will allow us to get things moving. But David and or Rebecca, did you want to talk about the powers of development corporations?
Yeah, look, I'll come in and then Rebecca can sort of over the top of that. But yeah, Mr. Barnes is correct. I think, the key mechanism the Growth Centres Act will enable the corporation is that sort of acquisition and development of land. In terms of its planning powers, it still has to work in conjunction with both local government and state government in terms of planning powers.
So just on that, it won't be seeking to take over planning approval powers that otherwise reside elsewhere within government?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. The only way, we could certainly do that with the development of a SEP, which covers those 7 LGAs. But certainly, it looks fit for purpose at this stage. But will depend on what the recommendations of the flood inquiry are, and whether we need more from that. But clearly, the corporation will only be successful if it really works, in strong collaboration there with the local government entities and the community there. So it's about sort of doing things with them rather than to them, So
yeah, as a former resident of the North Coast and former Shadow Minister for the area, I'm very keen on this being a successful innovation.
Yep.
Just in relation to the issue of mobile homes, I know there was a lot of talk, with 3,000 homes being rendered uninhabitable and many others being, very badly damaged. There was the talk of providing mobile homes and places where mobile homes could be established. Is that a role for regional New South Wales and this corporation?
So again, it would be us working in collaboration with the planning department, and in some cases the Department of Communities and Justice, because and just on what we might call interim housing, which might be there for 3 to 5 years. David's crew at the moment, Public Works, are the ones that will go to market and have gone to market to get transportable housing flowing. The planning department are looking at identifying suitable sites with local government, and they've done that. They've identified 5 sites that are fit for purpose across the relevant LGAs, and then it's Justice that will look at the mix and balance of affordable and social housing and how that plays into maybe an opportunity to potentially keep that housing in play as we move forward.
So just to be clear, you've identified 5 sites where this temporary housing or portable housing could be located?
Yes, planning have done that.
Okay. Have any of those sites been made operational? Like, do any of them currently have such housing with people in it operating now?
Wollongbar, the sort of sports field there is in the process of that at the moment, and I note that the North Coast Community Housing Group, as sort of a community housing coordinator, was appointed yesterday to manage that. So the allocation of residents to those and so on. So
I'm not being critical, but just to be very clear, at the moment, no residents are living in portable housing on site, but you are in the process of establishing that.
Yeah, but residents are certainly in caravans that have been procured in sort of mobile homes, and then in terms of sort of the Mindaroo pods, which was sort of quite a minimalist thing in terms of a shipping container type design. It was sort of used after the bushfires, and then there's quite an array of housing, up to sort of 2-3 bedroom homes that'll facilitate full disability access and so on. But that is happening at a great pace. There,
how many of those housing units, if I can use that term, have been acquired so far?
I will take the absolute detail of that on notice, but it's certainly in excess of 60 at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, well in excess.
And I'm happy for you to take this on notice. How many people are needing housing across those 7 LGOs?
So again, look, we'll take that on notice, but...
it's in the thousands, isn't it?
It's in the order, look, we'll come back, take it on notice, but certainly in the order of about 2,000 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We really just need to, as Public Works through a third-party provider are going in and doing the assessments, and we've had, I think, David, nearly 1,500 people volunteer to have their premises, both commercial and residential, assessed. We'll get a greater notion of whether those people can build back their existing home or whether they might need to rethink, the value of doing that. But as that work is unfolding, and it's happening right now, we'll be able to scale up quite quickly the number of homes that we make available to people, as I said, for that 3 to 5 year type window.
Okay, so this is my last question. So we've got 2,000 people needing housing. You've acquired about 60 of these pods or portable homes. How many more will you acquire, and what is the time frame for that? And outside of that housing type, what other mixes of housing are you going to try and use to make sure that everybody gets a roof over their head? And again, happy for you to take that on notice.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, but the one thing that with the housing money that's been made available is that there was an acknowledgement and an assumption that maybe there was already a deficit of social housing up in the North Coast. So that's been factored in as well, and that might impact on the overall number of new housings and the mix and type of them as we put that alongside of the housings that houses that we put in there to accommodate people who've lost their homes and can't move back quickly. So, but we'll get that for you. We'll talk to our colleagues in DCJ and get that information.
Yeah, there's been some sort of detailed modelling around that. So yeah, we'd be happy to produce that. Yeah.
All right. At this stage, I'll Commissioner Webb. The committee don't have any more questions for you or your advisors. Same for you, Commissioner Barnes. I note that you've taken a number of questions today on notice.
Thank you.
You have 21 days. The Secretariat will be in contact. Thanks very much for coming today. All the police and related people can go, and Mr. Barnes and his crew can stay for a little longer.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
See you.
Do we want to just shuffle them around?
Yeah, we shuffle around a little bit.
So you can.
Unless you want to stay a bit longer, you know. It's just...
I've enjoyed it, but I'll take notice.
You've got something else to do, have you?
Let's see.
Thank you.
Bring your name tag.
Mr Barnes who's staying. This is Mr Barnes who's leaving.
He's the lucky one on the one who's staying.
Poor Gary.
Yeah. But Chris and Dave get to sit at the big table.
Yeah. Oh, look.
Hey? One of those woohoo moments.
Keep moving the deck chairs around now.
Yeah. We good to go?
3:30.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thanks, Dave.
Okay.
So we keep going, or?
Yeah, we keep going.
Righto.
All right.
Thanks for allowing the constabulary to leave us. Mr Barnes, I've got a series of questions around SAPs, which I'll do now. Hopefully we can get through those in the 10 minutes before the afternoon tea break, which means you might be able to actually allow Rebecca to go as well.
Yeah, sure.
Here we go.
Well, why don't crack on and ask Rebecca those.
Okay. So, Ms Fox, just so I get clear, so with SAPs, when they're created, that land is sort of taken out of the local environment plan, and there's sort of a master plan or a delivery plan that's developed as a part of the process. Is that correct?
Both of those documents.
Sorry?
Yes, both of those documents, a master plan and a delivery plan. Usually, the Snowy Mountains Special Activation Precinct is slightly different. There are 3 different planning delivery mechanisms used there.
Okay.
And Williamtown SAP is also slightly more complicated, but generally we use a master plan and a delivery plan.
And so any development that's approved under the master plan or delivery plan, that sort of those plans are taken as complying. It's taken as a complying development.
That's right.
Okay, and so
those 2 provide a complying development pathway.
Okay, and so that would
for most developments in those locations. Yes.
Okay, so that would include things like height limits and whatever else. That's all picked up in those documents. Do they also set out? Do the master plans and delivery plans also set out land use restrictions, such as allowable development, for instance? So what can you build an apartment building in the middle of a SAP, for instance?
Only if it's been anticipated in the master plan and the delivery plan, and the kind of special activation precincts that we are building. Again, Snowy Mountains is slightly different. No, you couldn't generally build an apartment block, and if you could, the specifications would be set out in those documents.
Okay, and is it there's a mix of land use within these SAPs. So, what's the government's role in actually owning land within the SAPs?
Yes, so the government owns land in order to facilitate the orderly and economic development of the special activation precincts.
Okay.
So that purpose is clearly set out through the relevant legislation, which is the Just Terms Acquisition legislation, and that refers to the purpose of the SAP, which is the orderly and economic development.
Okay, thank you. The Williamtown SAP, a statement from the Liberal candidate for Port Stephens, I believe, in the 2019 election said that the Williamtown SAP will be a positive, permanent solution for the PFAS situation. Is that actually going to be the case?
The PFAS situation in Williamtown is quite complicated.
Yeah.
And PFAS is primarily the responsibility of the Department of Defence. But having said that, we are working very closely with Defence, and the technical studies that we've done so far and continue to do in Williamtown make sure that the SAP can be developed and any PFAS contamination can be managed. The development can manage that PFAS contamination effectively. So it's one consideration and part of the economic development of the SAP.
So, okay. So can I just is there, as a part of those considerations then, Ms Fox, is there consideration or the potential, for an increase in the PFAS levels in Williamtown? Is that a part of the consideration?
No, the master plan and the SAP, Special Activation Precinct in Williamtown, won't increase PFAS contamination.
Okay, thank you. Now, the Williamtown SAP, as I understand it, the government's looking at a state significant development as a part of that SAP or for the SAP. That's when you said it's a bit different to the other SAPs. Is that what you were talking about or referring to?
Yes, that's right. So a delivery plan by itself will remove sufficient constraints in order to facilitate economic development in Williamtown. So we will do a state significant development process at the same time simultaneously with a delivery plan, so that we are removing as many barriers and providing as many opportunities as we can for good development in Williamtown.
Have we done this with any other SAP, or is it Williamtown the lead SAP for this situation?
Williamtown will be the only special activation precinct where we run a state significant development process as well, and that's because of the additional constraints that exist in Williamtown.
So there's obviously going to be infrastructure development in Williamtown SAP. How much of that will be private as opposed to how much will be public spend? Do we have those numbers?
No, we don't yet, but that's what we need to determine as we build our business case, which we're doing at the moment for that development.
Okay, thanks.
And so our aim in all special activation precincts is to promote both private investment and government investment, and get as much economic development and jobs as we can into those locations.
Okay, so then how much have we, the taxpayers, spent on the Williamtown SAP to date? Which you could...
Yeah, I might take that one on notice. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere.
And is there a sort of a budgeted cost for this for Williamtown SAP? Is that as a part of this process, have we actually created a funding envelope?
The money that comes for all of the special activation precincts is an allocation within the $4.2 billion Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund. And Rebecca's right, government can't attach money to the provision of economic enabling infrastructure in the SAP until it gets through the gate process of INSW, which means that it needs to have a final business case that determines that will generate a benefit. To date, all of the SAPs that have been through the process have delivered a benefit, and money is in the process of being attached, if not been attached to all of them. So the three projects that or SAPs that are up and underway, Parks, as you know, Wagga Wagga and Moree.
Yep.
And we're very close on the Snowies. And then the next cab off the rank will be Williamtown, followed by Narrabri.
Okay. I just want to finish with the Williamtown SAP, if I can, Ms Fox. So how much of the Williamtown SAP do we expect will be privately owned?
I can't answer that at the moment. What we will do as we work through the business case is identify economic activation opportunities, and then we'll put together a commercial strategy with all key stakeholders to determine the best way to take that to market. Sometimes that might be government-led development and more investment from the government, and sometimes it might be an open market process whereby a private developer undertakes that. That's the same process that we're undertaking in all the special activation precincts.
Thank you for that. And then really my last question on SAPs follows on from Mr Barnes's most recent statement, but is it possible then just to get a status report on each of the SAPs, essentially where they're up to in their process, how much money's been spent, and essentially that's the status really, if I could just get a status report, because there's clearly movement at different paces in each, and that would be good. And Chair, that sort of has me wrapped out on SAPs. I don't have any other questions, and I'm not sure. So if you want to let Ms Fox go. And
do you have any more questions for Regional New South Wales?
Well, I've got a lot. It's Snowy Fund, but I'm certain Mr Barnes can take those.
I can take those.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's got to do with...
Sorry, Chair, if I could just answer the question. We've spent $3.1 million to date on the Williamtown Special Activation Precinct as at 30 March this year.
As at 30 March?
Yeah. I think Mr Field's got some questions. I think he's online there somewhere.
Okay, well, I'm
before afternoon tea break, isn't it?
Go to afternoon tea and come back.
1 minute to go.
Yeah.
Well, I can. Mr Barnes, you took on notice in the morning session a question around the REAs, the number of applications
Yep.
And so the number of applications and how many have been processed with regard to which I forget which funding it was now.
It was the primary producers.
Oh, the primary producers, yes.
So as of midnight, there were 2,236 applications received.
Yep.
40% of these applications were new applicants, which meant that RAA had no prior dealing with them. So that means we have to create a profile for all of those people. Of the applications received, 710 have been completed, and of these 710, 656, so 92% were approved. 44 were refused, 6%, and 10 were withdrawn, which is 1%.
10 were withdrawn.
And
so, sorry, of the 710 completed, what was that first number?
Of the
710 that were completed, there were...
Of the 710 that are completed applications, 656 or 92% were approved.
Okay, thank you.
And in relation to the matter that you raised with me, appreciating the confidence around withholding the name of those constituents, Scott Hanson is meeting you on Monday to brief you on another matter, and he's asked to give you an update at that time, if that works for you.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you. Afternoon tea.
Okay, we might have afternoon tea now, and we'll release Ms Fox unless Mr Field's got a question for her after the afternoon tea break.
No, that's okay, Chair. Thank you.
All right.
Did you have any questions about ICT?
No, I don't think I do.
I don't know. I'm not asking you to.
Would you like me to?
It's just that if you did, Rebecca knows about that.
One about digital connectivity.
Not for these estimates, no. I've got other questions that relate to other matters, but...
Yeah.
All right, well then we'll...
See you, Rebecca.
We'll break now and
Thank you
come
very
back
much.
in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, terrific.
I'm almost done.
Do you have a sort of
Thank you, Chair. And can I just confirm that you can hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Yeah. My questions, I guess, primarily are to you, Mr. Barnes, and they relate to the exchange that we had in the last round of budget estimates with regards to the defamation action brought by the former Deputy Premier against Friendly Geordies in Google. At that stage, you indicated that the department, and I think that I might just quote you directly if that's all right, that we are not providing any departmental resources in relation to any case that he has. Is that still your position?
Sorry, Chair, there's something going on in the background of someone's mic there. I can't hear what's going on.
I can hear that too.
It's someone eating carrots.
No, I don't think so.
We don't think that Walt, you don't want eat carrots, do you, Walt? Chair, can you hear me fine?
Well, yeah, we can hear you just fine, Justin.
Yeah. Mr. Barnes, would you like me to repeat that question?
No, that's fine. Certainly, the Department of Regional New South Wales didn't provide any financial resources to support the Deputy Premier. I believe that the Deputy Premier's office asked some questions in relation to a matter concerning a group that was formerly with the Department of Industry, and it was called Jobs for New South Wales. And we provided some advice about where he could, where his office could find information about Jobs for New South Wales, which he was previously the responsible minister for. So that's the extent of.
So could you explain how that? Can you explain how that relates to the Friendly Geordies matter? This request of Jobs for New South Wales.
Well, I at the time I didn't. Wasn't aware it directly related to that, but I later became aware that there were questions asked in relation to decisions that the Deputy Premier had made, the then Deputy Premier had made in relation to some allocations to private firms within the then Jobs for New South Wales.
So just so I understand this, there were questions raised about grants or allocations of monies that related to Jobs for New South Wales, and as a result of being able to respond to them, the Deputy Premier's office asked questions of some departmental officers to confirm information about that. Is that? Do I understand it correctly?
They asked questions about where they could find that information, given that I think Jobs for New South Wales probably in its form didn't exist anymore, and I gave some information that about where they could reach out and find information about Jobs for New South Wales.
Okay. Now, you indicated just in your answer just before no financial resources, but in the last estimates round, you were quite clear in saying we're not providing departmental resources. So can I just get you to clarify the language? Were any resources, staff resources, obviously you've indicated no financial resources, but any staff resources, time devoted by staff to responding to lawyers or to Google or to any matters relating to these private defamation actions by the Deputy Premier?
No, not to Google, not to lawyers. I asked my staff to find out where the Deputy Premier who asked, or his office asked, a reasonable question about a program that he previously had oversight of, but was never within my department and never sat with me, where he could find that information, and that's the extent of it.
Okay. You also took a question on notice in our previous exchange. I asked whether or not the department had a process for reimbursement being sought for any legal costs. You answered on notice that the department complies with the Premier's Memorandum M2019-01 guidelines for the provision of ex gratia legal assistance for ministers. Are you aware whether or not the former Deputy Premier, Mr John Barilaro, made a request for an ex gratia legal assistance?
I'm not aware of that, no.
So I could take it that the department has not paid any monies to Mr Barilaro as a result of any application for ex gratia legal assistance under those guidelines. Would that be correct?
That would be correct. To the best of my knowledge,
do you know if those?
I'm sure that my general counsel would have made me aware if that were the case, and to the best of my knowledge, no. As I said previously, no financial assistance was provided. In fact, our department, didn't have an active part to play.
I know I'm not suggesting that. You provided that answer on notice, and having read that guideline now myself, it's clear that in the event that an application was made and if it was approved, it would be required to be paid by the department that minister was responsible for. So I'm sure if it was, you would have been. I'm just asking you if that happened, and if I hear you correctly, you're saying no such money has been paid, and you're not aware of any application having been made at this point.
Correct.
Could you take on notice whether or not there is a limitations? It's not clear to me in the guidelines whether or not there are limitations on timing. Obviously, these matters haven't been finalised in the courts. Can you take on notice whether or not there are any limitations on Mr Barilaro making such an application at some stage in the future relating to these matters?
I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Chair, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you. Mr Barnes, the last parliamentary sitting week, Labor Party moved an amendment to the Mining and Petroleum Legislation Amendment Bill 2021 that would have ensured the Minister could only distribute funds from the proposed Royalties for Rejuvenation Fund following written advice and a recommendation from the Departmental Secretary. I can't ask you your opinion on that, but what I would like to know is, were you consulted by the government about this amendment?
Through Mr Hanger, I think, who was actively involved in the passage of that bill through the lower house, yes.
Okay, so you were consulted about the impacts one way or the other of that amendment. Okay, so I just want to, for our side of politics, to get an understanding about how what the process is for you as the Secretary to provide the Minister with advice regarding a fund such as projects to be funded from a fund such as the Royalties for Rejuvenation Fund. There would clearly be a process for this.
Yeah, absolutely. And a range of different funds. We will send up advice if the Deputy Premier is the final approver of funding out of a particular fund, such as Royalties for Rejuvenation, but there are others. The department will undertake an assessment process that'll be documented in a brief, and that will then go up to the Deputy Premier.
And that's a part of the normal process for. Can you give some examples of other funds, like Royalties for Regions in general?
So royalties. There's resources for regions,
Yeah.
royalties for rejuvenation.
Resources for regions, yes.
Resources for regions. So resources for regions, the decision-making process has changed because that was originally funded out of Restart.
Yep.
So approval was by the Treasurer, but typically through ERC. That has subsequently changed now to be a ministerial approval process. And there are a range of other programs that are like that. But typically the departments will prepare advice about the applications that have been submitted with recommendations either to ERC, if that is the approving body, or to the Minister to sign those off. In some instances, some grants are approved under financial delegation within the department.
Okay. The decision to no longer take resources for regions funding allocations or projects to ERC, that arises from a recent review of that program. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
It's probably more to the point that the decision-making powers around the expenditure of those funds sit within the gift, I guess, of the Deputy Premier. He has the appropriation for the expenditure of those funds. The guidelines were taken, I believe, through ERC, and therefore I think there was a determination made, not just for that fund but for a number of others, that if the guidelines were followed and good governance was applied, that ministers could make those determinations.
Okay, so essentially there's a global allocation usually continued as a part of the budget, and then a number of projects against that allocation. So in the past, if I'm correct, those individual projects would also go to ERC for approval. What happens now is, for some funds, that won't be the case. It'll be at a minister upon your recommendation to the minister.
Yep.
So that process for your developing, I guess, the brief and then recommendations, is that an overly burdensome process within the department?
It'll depend on the volume of applications that you get. So across the regional growth funds, we have over 2,700 projects that are currently being managed. I would have said in excess of probably 5,000 to 6,000 applications will have gone through. Obviously, they are at various scales, from sort of relatively small grants in the sort of tens to low hundreds of thousands of dollars, right up to, in some instances, tens of millions of dollars. The resourcing required to analyse a project of the scale of sort of several millions of dollars or more is clearly going to be a lot more intense than it would be for relatively straightforward payments that are going out at relatively low values. So we are building and have got a quite significant regional programs team to facilitate those assessments and the administration of the grants once they've been awarded.
Okay, thank you. Mr Barnes, you said that there was, so that was the Resources for Regions Fund, but you said there may be other funds as well that have sort of moved away from an ERC approval process to the new process.
Yep.
Are you able to provide that on notice to the committee, which funds they are?
Yep.
It just helps us with...
There are some funds, for example, the grants program that relate to regional jobs creation fund, which provides money to businesses for jobs creation.
Yep.
That the Deputy Premier's delegated to me.
Okay.
So it's not just ERC for some and the Minister for others, but because I have a relevant appropriation, he could delegate it to me. So some of them have come to the department.
Can I ask then, does the department have a list of probity advisors that you would use for some of these some or all of these projects? Is that so? You have a list?
We do.
How long does a probity advisor or their company stay on that list before they're reviewed?
So we have a range, and like all sort of procurement processes, we want to make sure that the services that are being provided are appropriate for what the department needs. So over time, we will rotate the probity advisors that are used on particular programs. It is fair to say with the volume of program activity, probity advisors, they're a relatively niche professional service, and there is a lot of activity across government as well. But yes, we do look at who are the probity advisors that are being used. Do we have breadth across the service provision? So yeah, we do look to rotate them intermittently.
Okay, and in the process for selecting which probity advisor or advisors you would use, is it a taxi rank system, or is it based on skills and sort of knowledge around the particular program?
We're looking obviously for experience in providing probity advice specific to grant administration.
Okay, that's probity advisors. Is it the same process for probity auditors?
It would be. You want people with the relevant qualifications.
Okay. Are you able to provide a list of the probity advisors and / or probity auditors that the department may have used in the last couple of years?
Yep.
That would be, and which, actually, if you can, which programs they were used for. Just, yeah, I don't want to know all the dollars. I just want to know who they were.
Who oversaw what or was involved in which programs? Yep.
Yep, that would be really good. I just want to go to the Snowy Fund, if I could. So the Snowy Fund, originally $4.2 billion. Trying to get a track of just how much has been spent and committed against the Snowy Fund is becoming a bit problematic. I dare say the next state budget will make it even more difficult. Is it possible for the department to provide us just, again, not all of the projects, but...
Yes, and in fact, so Rebecca, who was on earlier, has oversight of all of the funding as well as the profile for the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund. I'm more than happy to A, get a breakdown, but B, invite her to brief you during during sittings in the next couple of weeks.
That would be, if we could, that would be fantastic. Yep.
And there's real, as I said previously, now that the SAPs, which is a big chunk of the 4.2, are really starting to take off in terms of INSW allowing Treasury to attach money to projects, expenditures are starting to happen. Likewise, private sector revenue is starting to really kick in. And I mentioned this morning, $250, $240 million international company, an international company in Brightmark that are setting up plastic recycling at parks off the back of faster planning and a capacity to know how to traverse this, what sometimes is a hard planning system to get through.
With regard to the Snowy Fund, if you could, what I really would like or appreciate, I'm not sure if you can do this, but I think you probably can, is the funding allocated from the respective funds, but by electorate. Do you keep a track of where the money goes by electorate? Because some of the funds...
Happy to do that, if that...
if it's possible?
Yeah.
If it's not possible, let us know.
Hunters, shooters,
I think he's saying it's
fishers
possible.
At Orange have got the biggest chunk because we've allocated and the independent at Wagga.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But I'm happy to do that. That's fine.
These guys, I'm keen to chase down how much these characters are getting.
Yeah. Keep it separate.
If we could do that. Now, what I want to, the next thing is, and this sort of relates, this line of questioning relates to a number of the or actually, no, I'll do this first. So the projects that receive funding under Resources for Regions or whatever the other funds may be, councils are now saying, and they would have said, the Western councils raised this with me as well, that because of the federal and state stimulus funding, and they're having issues with managing their own works program, because they've got a works program, then there's funding for this, they get the funding, they bump their works program around to accommodate what was there. They're getting to the point now that even they can't manage their own works programs because things that they prioritised are now bumped down the list because government funding creates a new priority for them. If some of these projects don't start, is there a process? Have we sought to get the dollars back?
We rarely do that.
Yeah. Okay.
What we try and do is work with the local government to provide assistance so that we can assist with project management, sometimes even with taking things to market. So public works are provided to smaller councils to assist them to get the projects away. But you're right, there's about 40% of all of the projects that are currently in train, we've received requests from councils to extend the timelines on milestones and the deeds of agreement.
Yeah.
And so Chris and his team have been going through and working out how we can do that. And we've done that, of course, for all of the 7 councils up in the Northern Rivers. Like, it would be unfair of us to expect them to hit milestones around government infrastructure projects when they're rebuilding roads and bridges and that have been washed away. So we very rarely would take money off a local government authority, but we do and have done that when obviously the project's not going to be delivered in certain circumstances.
And so the other thing that was raised with me, and I think, I'm not sure whether Mr Barrett was in the conversation with me at the time that was raised, but the issue is also now getting staff or contractors to do the work, as well as even materials. Like, there's an issue now about winning gravel from as well. Like, so there's a real issue now about staffing in regional workforce issues in regional New South Wales. Some of this is around they just can't get work crews, which pushes back even further the timelines on their projects, even their own projects not funded by state or federal government.
Yeah.
Are we working with councils around how to better utilise what is available within the regions?
Yeah, we certainly are, and if David might comment in a minute, but that's one of the reasons we stood up an infrastructure coordination group with Public Works that will end up being picked up in the corporation, because it's no good 7 different government departments going out and seeking the same set of skills at different times. We'd be far better off to make sure that when we secure skills in a hot labour market, that we do it in a coordinated sort of fashion so that we can optimise not only government spend but make sure that we can get the skills that we need. And look, to be honest with you, COVID's knocked this around a little bit, but the amount of stimulus funding and money that we've had as a consequence of droughts, floods, fires, etc., has put a bit of a burden in terms of the smaller LGAs.
Yeah.
And sometimes when they take it to market, the cost escalates as well. So we're very mindful of those things, and we've been working through. The Deputy Premier's aware of it, but we want the projects to go ahead, because a lot of them are community amenity projects that are so important, particularly for the towns and villages, and we don't want them not to proceed.
Thanks. Can I now go to fraud investigation? So it was raised this morning in regard to a number of the grants the North Coast flooding grants in particular. But Mr Barnes, the RAA and do they have their own internal fraud investigation unit?
I'd have to take that on notice. Like, Scott Hanson's obviously listening, and he'll probably text me the answer in 35 seconds. But I simply...
Well, I can ask another question while you...
I know that it's a requirement on any people that are sort of administering grants that they undertake audits and make sure that people that are attempting to, play and rot the system are sort of discovered. So, but Scott can...
Okay, I guess I just want to know whether the RAA have their own internal fraud investigation unit.
Yeah.
My gut feeling is that generally the RAA grants are going to people, as you say, that are already generally already known to the RAA, and so it's probably not as big an issue as, say, relief grants such as the flood relief grants or the like. Yeah. That's my gut feel, but I could be wrong. I just want to know. Can I now ask, if I could, Sorry. So, Mr. Barnes, programs like the regional skills program, the regional skills relocation grants that I raised with the Deputy Premier this morning, clearly this program has not rolled out or ventured out as per expectation. I mean, $244,000 out of $10 million is a pretty low take-up rate. With those sort of numbers, does the department undertake a review of as to why there was such a small take-up?
And let Chris talk about that.
Yeah, we have, and I do have some additional information.
Excellent.
The team has followed up. So you're absolutely right. The uptake on that grant has not been what we were expecting. And given the opportunities that are present in regional locations, and you've just talked about the skill shortages that exist, if we need to do things better and improve programs, we absolutely will. So the department inherited that regional skills relocation grant from the Department of Education or Training Services, New South Wales. It was in education. We picked that up in 2021, and you're right, the uptake hasn't been as strong as it should be. So we've engaged a consultant who has worked not only with staff within the department to sort of review how that program was stood up, but importantly to talk with potential job seekers and others to understand why the uptake hasn't been as strong. That is going to inform advice to government about, as we talked about, we do know that we need to get the skills into regional locations as best we can. We'll train people locally, but you can't always get all of that workforce immediately. So we are going to provide advice to government on how to improve that program and sort of where to next. And we have engaged a consultant to assist us in that process, particularly to understand why it wasn't as effective in the market as we were expecting.
Okay. And that's an external consultant?
Yep.
Okay. Can I then go to... so the resources for regions, there was a review. When was that review conducted, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Hanger?
That was before round 7. I'm going to say 2020 or 2020. 2019 or 2020. Maybe 2019, but I can get the exact date.
No, that's okay.
The review is on the website.
Yep.
I might even be able to find it while...
that's okay. What I want to know is, so after every couple of rounds or thereabouts, there is a bit of a review of the process, and often the criteria changes as to how it's going to be allocated. It's been my experience that it's from what it started out to where it is now, it's quite different, the criteria. Yep. The organisations, we've explored this in previous estimates where the councils that have missed out, they're sort of considered in the next round and they don't have to reapply, they get brought in. But is this, so for this next round, which is going to be, as you said, in the next budget, is that going to be the same process after that review, that councils that have missed out in the previous round will be brought forward?
So the latest iteration of resources for regions that came out of the review has a formula that we liaised with LGAs on and others, and it allocates money to an LGA that is mining impacted. So that money's known to the LGA.
Yep.
And as long as they bring forward projects that meet the criteria, they can undertake those projects. So, and there's no particular, as I understand it, Chris, no particular, reason why, if they don't expend all of their money in out of one allocation, that they can't put it with the next allocation to do a bigger project. So I talked to all of the people, including Pete Vladskos from Cobar and other mining impacted folk at that conference at Western Division, the new mayor of Tom out at Broken Hill.
Kennedy.
And they're delighted with the new arrangements because it takes all of that stuff out of it. And one of the reasons that we're able to do this is that the money that we allocated for the last couple of rounds has come out of Confund, not out of Restart, so we don't have to... we still apply a cost-benefit analysis, but not a BCR, right? A benefit-cost ratio. Because the money had previously come from Restart...
It needed a BCR.
It needed a BCR, and in some of these very small communities, you just can't get a BCR unless you build a road, and they'd finished building the roads and bridges that they needed to repair, so...
Bane of their existence, the BCR, yeah. They raise it on a very regular basis with all of us, I think, regional councils.
So that review was completed in 2019. It is available online.
Yep. Okay. I think it's been captured in a set of documents, an SA 52 here as well. Can I, probably my last, I won't say that, I'll keep going, but so the Deloitte's conducted a review into the Mine Safety Technology Centre, and I think it was about 2018 or thereabouts. Can I just ask, how much did that report cost to produce? Do we know?
Sorry, just the review.
Yeah, into the Mine Safety Technology Centre.
I'll have to take that on
That's
notice,
okay.
Mr.
Yep, thank you. And it talked about, as I understand it, that report talked about perceived, the MSTC was exposed to perceived and actual conflicts of interest due to the fact that it was providing commercial services to the industry while also assisting the regulator to set requirements for industry. Just what has been put in place to better manage those perceived or potential conflicts of interest since that review?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, so we did undertake a review of the alignment of the Mine Safety Technology Centre and the services that it delivered to the mining industry. And as a result of that review, it was decided to cease the operations of the MSTC. And so the MSTC, which was part of mining exploration and geoscience within the department, stopped operating in April. And it was, as you're probably aware, offering a commercial service to the industry of specialist testing and certification. And as you said, there was a real and perceived conflict of interest with the resources regulator because they also within the department have the responsibility for regulating the customers that the MSTC was serving and also licensed and regulated the MSTC itself. So as a result of the closure, the services have now been picked up through a legal agreement with Coal Services, and those new services have been available since the 2nd of May to the market.
Okay, and so Coal Services is now essentially doing the safety and technical testing that was previously done by MSTC?
Yes, most of the services, yes.
Okay, and previously, as I understand it, MSTC was funded through the coal levy. So will Coal Services now also receive that coal levy equivalent for that work?
No, so it was funded by the Mine Safety Levy.
Okay, sorry, the Mine Safety Levy, yes.
Yeah, that's right. And so now, given that they're commercial services, Coal Services will be running most of those testing services, and the Mine Safety Levy will be staying within the department.
Okay, righto. How much? So, just a matter of interest, how much of the Mine Safety Levy was actually going to the MSTC?
I'll have to take that on notice. It was there was it was around $2 million.
Okay, thank you.
It's $2 million. Sorry, I should say that since the closure of the Mine Safety Levy, it will result in an annual reduction of $2 million. Obviously, it was a commercial service, so that's the amount that, with the closure, that will no longer be required to draw on from the Mine Safety Levy.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Barnes, you might want to take this one on notice. So it relates to the bushfire recovery. How many people do we still have in temporary accommodation?
Yeah, look, that is one that I can find out for you, but that is a resilience question.
Yep,
happy to take that on notice. Right. Also, happy I don't know whether Mr. Field's still online.
No, he's not.
Went to the pub.
Right. Just in relation to the matter
that's
that
one way of putting it, yeah.
In relation to the matter that he raised with me about the former Deputy Premier, being able to apply to me to be able to seek reimbursement for legal costs. I've just been advised that that's only people in my own department, and that members of Parliament and ministers apply to the Attorney General.
Okay.
I'll find a way to get that and put on the record.
Okay, thank you. Was there anything else that you want to clean up out of today? Because like I've now exhausted my questions.
Okay. Any more government questions?
No.
All right, okay, there'll be no government questions. We've come to the end of our...
I just...
question.
I've got one...
Got an answer?
What? So, Scott Hanson has got back to me.
It's very good, Mr. Hanson.
Sorry? Oh, 2 phones, many texts. So, RAA has its own internal fraud team.
Yep.
The duties of the duties of which include ongoing business assurance, random sampling of applications. RAA is also subject to a regular program of independent audits by the New South Wales Audit Office and others on behalf of the Commonwealth Government and Resilience as the funders of those programs, the co-funders. So, and yes, just to confirm that Mr. Field probably just read the response to the Standing Order 52 questions and misinterpreted that response. It's only employees of my department who come to me. Mr. Barilaro, if he were inclined, would have had to go to the Attorney General, and I don't know whether he's done that or not. It's not my business.
All right, we've come to the end of questioning today. Thank you very much for coming. I know you've taken a number of questions on notice. Responses will be due within 21 days and the Secretariat will be in contact. Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all again.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And great